smile upon your face, and I see something shimmering in your eyes. They say if you run, it lives the future beneath you slow.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome into the AC Friends 24 Hours of Le Mans Classic. It is part 2 here of the stream on the AC Friends YouTube channel, where we have continuing coverage here of this absolutely fantastic race going on this afternoon or even this evening. If you're living over in Europe, it's a fantastic June Saturday afternoon. Actually, where I'm at, it's not so good weather-wise. It's pretty rainy, thunderstorms all over. And as you can see in the race, it is also, in the simulator, very, very rainy as well. Which is exciting. Rain at Le Mans, it's one of the best parts actually about the race, where anything can go wrong at a moment's notice. A loss of grip and a loss of a dream to win it all. Obviously today part of the World Endurance Championship. Obviously that didn't exist back in 2005, of which this race is based after. But a lot of the cars you see in this race kind of derived, or were actually were the founding blocks that created what we have today in Hypercar GT3. Very, very similar, but different in a lot of ways as well. Actually, some really cool designs in this field that we'll take a look at. And almost a little before my time. I was born in 2000. This is based off 2005. This was before I was into motorsport. As really I didn't start, watching any kind of motorsports until about 2009 or so, 2008. So really, this is an era that is foreign to me. Don't have a ton of knowledge about. However, you can go back and watch on YouTube some of the old races, some of the old clips, and you can very well see what they were like, how they drove, how crazy it was to drive these things. Not as much technology as there is now. And we'll say hello to some people in the stream chat as well. Hopefully you can hear me okay. And I'll be on for the next couple of hours as well, I have the World Cup I'm watching later today. So I'll be off just before 4 PM Eastern. That will be I believe 9 UTC. We're back to 5 hours gap now. Actually, I need to check that to be sure. I think we're back to 5 hours again. No, it's 4 hours. So, sorry, that would be just before, just before 8, if I got that right, PM UTC. That would be 9, or would it be 10 actually? It would be 10 in Germany time, which obviously many of the drivers are from. So we hope you will enjoy for the next couple of hours here on the AC Friends YouTube channel. And by the way, must I say, we have a lovely new timing tower here, which I can start to control. Let's see what's actually going on right now. Let's take a look at 11th and 12th overall. We have, by the way, 25 cars here currently on the circuit. Actually have to verify if there's any more than that. That's maybe have DNF'd. But 4 different classes here. We'll go through them in just a moment. And then, of course, it says 26, 27 at the bottom. That's just because that's the live stream vehicles. that we can bring you these visuals. They're not actually racing, so don't be confused about that. Absolutely lovely sounding cars, by the way. So, just bring up the YouTube chats here. Elise is back again. Welcome back. Oh, by the way, I'm your host, Mark Rio. If you hadn't heard me before, I've been on the AC Friends YouTube channel quite a few times now. Last time was in, I believe, mid-May, with the 24 hours of the Nürburgring virtual. Now it's just a couple of months later, really. Back again here for this today. So happy to have all of you. I hope you're sitting in back and enjoying. Maybe after the World Cup match is over later, the third place match today, maybe I'll be able to do another stint late in the evening. But that will depend on if I have time to do it. So Elise says the volume is fine. Welcome back, Elise. Welcome back everyone else who's in the stream. I'm sure we'll get more in the chat as the time goes by. And thank you once again to Sasha for allowing me to do this. By the way, small little note I think he would appreciate. He said his girlfriend's birthday is today. So happy birthday to Sasha's girlfriend. So he's going out with her today for something which is very nice. So the controls are in my hands. I'll do a little more camera switching here in a moment, just making sure everything is set up. So we have 4 different classes here, folks. Let's take a look actually on board if I can. There we are. Very different, obviously, looking layout here at this time than it was, well, than it is now. Obviously the rain makes it look more mystical as well. But coming on to the Mulsanne here, this is the P900 class, so essentially the prototype class. Now I'll look this up here, and I'm going strictly off of Wikipedia. So my bad if I get anything wrong. Let's see. I want to know if there's any interesting facts I can give about this. Is this? Let me see. I have to search Lemans, I guess, because it should be here somewhere. Okay, well I found photos. Found photos of around that time, 2004, 2005. So we all know about the Lemans prototype, right? LMP. There's still LMP2 these days, right? LMP1 was a thing not too long ago. There's actually the LMP3. If you watch maybe European Le Mans series, or actually does the Asian Le Mans series have it? Can't recall, but yeah, you can also find it in the feeder series around the globe. Getting into prototypes. This is a prior version of that. I'm gonna search up P900. Right, so LMP 900. It's Ascari built them. 2001, 2002. Aston Martin. That's LMP1. Audi had a couple of them. Essentially, right before LMP1. I want to know more about the class itself, though. That's the only thing. So we're calling it P900, but really it's well, LMP 900 then. That will probably help me find more details. Let me see. There we go, Lemans prototype. So they should be roughly about 800 kilos or so. If I search LMP 900 from this, do I get anything? No. That's a shame. Okay. I'll see if I can find out more detail. Maybe we're just calling it that based off class a couple of cars used back in the early 2000s. But very, very similar to the LMP1. The Audi R8 obviously was very successful. LMP 900. It's interesting, you can't find too much on Wikipedia about it. So I'll see if I can find out more later. Then there's the GT1 class. Now, more people will know about that. Here is the leader right here, the 033. I have the live document open so I can refer to the teams as well. 033, the Motori nella Leggenda team, Italian team, the McLaren F1 GTR, 4 Italian drivers, 1 German driver, and they are actually in the pit lane now. Let's take a look and see. So obviously very similar to what we have these days with the GT3s. Obviously GT1 is a class a bit more modern, a bit more recent. It's been around since 1993, and yeah, they were used actually all the way up until 2012. Okay, I didn't know when they finished, but 2012, so a long time. And you can see on the inside here of this, actually this is a BMW here, looking very, very good. Why is the live document then say McLaren if the steering wheel has BMW? That's interesting. No, it does look like a McLaren, and it is a McLaren, but shows BMW on the inside. That's very weird. There must be a good reason for that. Maybe they didn't have enough time to swap out the logo on the steering wheel. As you can see here, prototype passing on the outside. Not very many GT1s in the field, only 4. We have the 212, just past the main straight there. Apex Racing in a Lotus. If I go on board, does it look like a Lotus? Actually can't see too much on the inside. Well, sounds beautiful, that's for sure. Okay, we have the 014 in the lead right now. And that is the EMAG racing team, the Nissan. EMAG also was part of the 24 hours of the Nürburgring not long ago. There you go. Oh, lovely livery on that, I should say. And well back is the 420, which is the Mello Motorsports team, Porsche 911 GT1 from 1998. And as you can see, ooh, hits a little bit of the sand corner there, and nearly got into the trap, the sand trap. And a lot more grass on the side of the track than I think there is in modern day. Correct me if I'm wrong, but safety was very different back in the day. There was lots more accidents, lots more dangerous incidents. The track these days very safe in comparison. This shows more GT1s rather on this live document 6 actually, but there's only 4 still in the race. Maybe it's possible that 2 2 did not start. The 500 Connexus didn't start, and well, it looks like another one did, because they've all had long stops. We'll talk about that in a moment. But one of them is not showing on the tower, so they must be out of the race. I'm trying to figure out who that could be. 449, I think it is. Ferrari. Yes, that's it. That one is not showing on the tower, so maybe they're not in the race. I'm not sure. They could be in the race, because it shows they've done their long stops. It doesn't have any status change, so it shows they've only done 2 long stops, so I'll have to inquire about that car then. By the way, the P900 leader at the moment, just so we don't forget about them, it's the 533 right now. 533 Italia Racing Team, Nissan R391. Very nice car, I should say. A lot of the prototypes look like that. You see you have the very curved slope of the front. Very cool looking. So they're in the lead by a couple of minutes actually. The 923 is second, which is the Propal Racing Ferrari F333, and third is the 541, which is the One Sport Front Row team Porsche WSC 001. Lucas Oliveira is in the car right now. Yeah, very unique designs, I must say. First lap of the race for the 533 right now, a 3:30.220. And you might be thinking, well, is that a little slow? Not really. Not really. The cars these days only going a little quicker than that. But by the time we got to the 2000s, you know, things were more organised. Cars were getting much quicker and more dangerous. Kind of before the safety kicked in, and you know, everyone must wear all the proper equipment. The cars must have, you know, emergency shut-offs and such. But obviously it was after, you know, many of the early accidents in motorsport, you know, that people would die instantly. So we're kind of in that middle period. Again, a little before my time, so I can't anecdotally say much more than that. Rain is stopping, is it? Or is it still going? I can't really see it falling all that much. If it is, maybe it's light. Might be light still, yeah. Yes, now I can see. When the headlights shine on it, you can see it's still falling. So it is lightly. And you can see they're still picking up a small spray. But will it get heavier or lighter is the question. Felt heavier when I was starting, when I was coming on not long ago. But that's the P900 class. And again, I'll get back to you on more details. And so I tried to look it up quickly on Wiki, couldn't really find much. Just like there were examples of it, small examples of it, but trying to find out details of the class I couldn't find. So I will let you know when I have it. GTS is next in the red color here. And so GTS, many of you maybe will know about. This one actually is in more living memory for me. Because they use these right up until what? Was it early 2010s as well? Let me check and see. GTS Plus. Not Classic Motors. That's not what I was looking for. Pressed enter on my keyboard a bit too early. But yeah, this was, I believe, one of the yeah, this was. This may get confused with the GT1 class, 1999 to 2009. It was called GTS. But it was also used in IMSA, if I recall correctly, which is why I recall it. Yeah, early 2000s. And then we'll talk about in a moment NGT, which was running at the same time as the class right below it. By 2005, it says here, both classes would be renamed GT1 and GT2, respectively. So, those of you might be then popping the question, what's the difference between this GT1 class and the GTS class then? If they appear to be the same. I also have a live timing link Sasha's given me, which is very nice. If we can pop in the chat as well, it's lt.rp-livetiming.de:8000. I don't know if I'm allowed share it though or not, but I did already, so hopefully not everyone goes on at once and crashes it. Roughly 19 hours left in the race, nearly 5 hours in, everyone's settled now. So yes, I'm looking up about the GTS class right now. NGT, yeah, GT2, what became GT2 in 2005. Maserati dominated this era. Maybe some of you know this group as Group GT or Group GT2. Eventually would go on to be the LMGTE, which obviously is dead now, dead in the water because of GT3's ascendance. Essentially became the cheaper, easier to get into series. I still miss GTE to this day. Now that one's obviously a very more recent living memory. So by the time I got into motorsports, GTE was actually flourishing with the Corvettes, the Porsches, the Ford GT. Love that car too, and the Ferrari 488 GTE. Also in if you have an Assetto Corsa, a lovely car to drive. So yeah, that's a very broken way to describe the classes. I feel like I very inadequately did that. We'll get to long stop information, we'll get to who's in the cars, what the teams are. We may have some driver interviews later if we have time. let's also show an example of the NGT while I'm looking all this other information up. Oh, that one's a cool one right there. The 082. Wow, that is an awesome example to be in the lead with. And on the live document, it says it is the Valkyrie E-Racing BMW M3 E46 GTR. Again, would eventually become the GT2. It sounds like this is kind of a mixture of two different eras. You know, one that was called GT2, some were called NGT from a couple years prior. Let's go on board with this car right now. Really far on the right hand side of the track. About to come into the chicane. The chicanes are still here, by the way. They were already put in place by this era. Although not long removed from the Mulsanne being once a full straight, where you could just go right through end to end. That caused a lot of chaos that very much warranted a speed reduction for safety. As they come to Mulsanne corner, this is a lovely, lovely car. I love that sound. Let's take a look at another example. How about the 208 Phoenix? Running the same number, so that's how I recognise them right away. They're in the Gillette, or is it Gillet? Probably Gillette. Vertigo GT2. I'll be honest, I haven't really heard of them, so that's a new one for me. But those of you watching this maybe a little bit older, you must be wincing in pain as you can tell I clearly lack the knowledge that I normally have. Despite being an era a little too early in my time, but oh, that is nice. I like how all these have interiors as well. Let's take a look at the 199. There are different sounding cars as well. I would imagine this would have been an interesting class to BOP and get right. Oi Oi Correndo 199 here. Marcos Mantis NGT. Very nice indeed. One of the last ones in the field though. Right, so we'll turn on the autocam while I get some more information here. There's the link in the chat there for the live timing if you'd like it. He also says, Sasha says, our GT3 Sprint League will start in August. So that's exciting. If you are wanting to drive some GTEs, you may very well want to get ready for that, sign up for that. Have all your credentials ready by the time that gets going. Who's going to be the first in the C7R? Actually, I don't know if many people will. It's debatable. You know, it's debatable whether the C7R was really a successful GTE. They did win a few races, but they, I would argue, have not had the success the C8R has in current modern times. And even before that, with, say, the C5, I would say, yeah, it certainly is not, should not be in the same equation, the C7. And I wasn't a huge fan of it personally. I mean, it was okay. I wasn't a huge fan of it. And that's coming from a Corvette fan himself. But I must say the Ford GT LM, oh, chef's kiss, beautiful. So anyway, if you want to join that GT Sprint League in August, few weeks away. Be really exciting here at AC Friends. Right. And by the way, just finishing up my food as well. It is lunchtime here. It's 2 PM where I'm at, so still rather early in the day. Be around for almost another couple of hours. I know it's a really short stint, but woke up, had a couple things to do. And maybe we'll have another short stint later tonight when we're in the night time. Properly night time. Is getting quite dark out right now, actually. The light's already illuminating. You can see there on the Mulsanne, illuminating quite a bit of the track. It's going to be the nighttime hours very soon. Most important part of the race. I was looking at some of the earlier chat, and yeah, it is UTC +2. Yeah, most of the drivers are in. Current time there is already just past 10 o'clock in the evening. So it is rather quite late for some of them. Some may be sleeping already, actually, if they have to do early stints. We'll question them later and see who's coming in when. Okay, so this is a bit misleading. So this race was originally well, marketed here as 2005. Or if I can, maybe if I can go back to the events section. Yeah, 24-hour Le Mans 2005. But lots of these cars, they were running in like the late 90s. So, or early 2000s, some of them, but basically up until around 2005, and then they kind of switched to it being like GT1, GT2, and so on. So, okay, cool. So now I have a list more information. Yeah, it's really messy, really messy. So I'll try and go through as good as possible. So let's actually you know what? Yeah, let's start with P900 here. So this is probably the most confusing one to me because I couldn't figure it out before. So apparently, okay, some of this might be wrong, so do correct me if I get any of this wrong. So apparently, the ACO split open its open cockpit prototype class in 2000. There's the LMP 900 and the LMP 675. I wasn't even aware of that. So there was two of them. And the numbers have to do with the minimum weight in kilograms. So it's actually 900 kilograms or higher these cars are supposed to be. Sasha can tell me whether that's actually true or not with this class here. So there you go. That explains the number. Okay. LMP 900 was heavier, more powerful, and a faster top tier. Essentially what now becomes LMP1, which that I figured out earlier. We mentioned the Audi R8, which was a beast. There was a Bentley, Cadillac, various others, Lola, you might have heard of Lola. Ran in this class through those years, and the minimum weight crept up over the years. By the mid-2000s, or roughly when this race is supposed to be taking place here, 950 kilograms was the minimum weight. So formerly renamed to LMP1 2004. So technically this class should really be called LMP1, but it's not because we're using cars even before that, I guess. It's a perfect generic, or, you know, era correct name. It's not, I guess it's not supposed to be specific year, it's an era of years. Anyway, so then GT1, obviously people know a lot more. Dating back to 1993, as the top class of the BPR Global GT Series. There you go. Folded into the FIA GT Championship from 1997. That's what I remember a little more of, seeing clips of and such. McLaren F1 GTR, which is in this race, Porsche 911 GT1, Mercedes, Toyota, Nissan R390 GT1, just to name a couple of examples here. That's the GT1 class then. And way more people would know it because it was well into the 2000s before they, you know, before it kind of fell out of favour. GTS, let's get to that now. Again, in the red colours here. There's an example right there. The Watty Racing 028 in this race. Not running in the top class this time. Running in the third class. Still as good as usual, but they're behind the 774. So not the dominance that we're used to seeing, I guess. But same lineage as GT1, so that's where I was getting confused, because GTS kind of is GT1. The ACO restructured for Le Mans and ALMS starting around 1999 to 2000. And so it rebranded its top class for, you know, the GT1 specials, it says here. So the Corvette C5R, obviously a goated car. Dodge Viper, Ferrari 550, Aston Martin DBR9. It switched its name back to GT1 in 2005. So class is very similar here with GT1. Maybe almost the same in Assetto Corsa here, but I'm sure someone in the chat can enlighten me of what the actual difference for this exact race would be. And then NGT, obviously was the second tier class. Obviously the Phoenix running absolutely fantastic looking car right here. Launched in 2000 alongside GT1 in the FIA GT Championship. Aimed at more genuinely production-based cars. The N is for national, normal, near standard. Okay, rather than the exotic top-tier machinery. So Porsche 996 GT3R, GT3RS, the Ferrari 360 Modena, if I'm saying that right. So converged into GT2 in 2005, then later, as we know, into GTE, that we know of today. But even GTE, a few years removed now from the spotlight in endurance motor racing. So there we go. That's the classes and how it works. Now I've understood a bit more, because even I was a bit confused. It was a messy time period in general. Honestly, I'd love to have a classic race with Group C cars, to be honest. That would be a lot more fun. Whether Sasha's down for that, we'll find out. But he might be away right now, so you can't hear this. But if he watches it back later, I'd like to know. So Elisa's saying, would be weird if there was a 2000s car in, say, a 1995 race. Well, yeah, they are far enough removed that it would be a bit weird, right? GT1 has a lot more downforce compared to GTS. Ah, okay, thank you. That is helpful. Teo Tattoo 909, welcome on in. Says, hi guys, why are the GTSs have too much different looking time lapse? By the way, I can click lap time. This is again a custom live timing tower made for this. So we can see everyone's best lap. And even as they cross the line, which is really cool. Oh, is that previous lap? No, that must be best lap. So he's wondering, why is GT1-GTS very different? So the downforce is probably the answer then. 3:39 best lap time GT1, with GTS's being much closer to 4 minutes. Yeah, very big difference. Difference in lap time there. At least about 20 seconds it seems. But yeah, that's probably the answer. The downforce. Maybe there is different engines, better. Well, maybe the engines are slightly better if it's from a newer era. Or the difference in horsepower from a car that's made in later in the I'd say closer to the mid 2000s than it is from the early 2000s or late 90s. Raw thrust alone, how would it be? GTS modern, GT1 not. There you go. There you go. Well, I wouldn't call GTS modern as we just mentioned there, but GTS again, eventually what would become GT1 in 2000 and I was going to say 2005 there. Yeah, ACO switched back in 2005, yeah. Okay, anyway. Hopefully that answers any questions. As Sasha says, the GT1 98 won Le Mans overall. Wow. GT1 is a tiny bit more top speed. GTS is the hardest class to control for this event. I'm sure the tuning is very different dependent on the car. That's probably true. Why is it so dark inside the cockpit though? Would it normally be this dark? I don't know. And you can see the lines everyone is making in the circuit as the track is indeed quite wet. That's really cool. Thank you to Custom Shaders Patch for that. Did I miss anything else in the chat? But yeah, Sasha, let me know if you'd like a Group C classic race. I think that'd be really fun to do. By the way, all this timing is the interval from the next car above. And, off. The 033. Leader in GT1 there. Got going again. I think missed the braking point. Had to swerve around. Yeah, so you might be seeing those values ticking up quite a lot, like that 420 car there, but that's because it's from, not in class, but from overall. I don't know if I can get overall. If I click, what does daytime mean? That doesn't do anything, okay. Stint time, lap time. So stint time, what's that expected to mean? The best time in the stint? Possibly. That could be the best time in the stint. Yeah, I can't see regular gap though, only intervals, so we are stuck with that. I don't know how many full laps NGT's done, GTS, GT1, unless I can find it maybe on the other live timing. Oh, I can. 70, okay, so actually I can. I tell a lie, 85 laps completed for the P900 leader, 533. GT1 leader's done 80, GTS 76, and NGT 71. Alright, that's good to know. Oh, there used to be a grandstand on the edge of that chicane. That's interesting, I didn't know that. What would now, I guess these days, be called the Daytona chicane. Yeah, the tower, very much work in progress. I was told that, yes, before I came on. So if there is a bug, if there is an issue, something's wrong, it is work in progress. Oh, that spray right there onto the windshield, that's really cool. Picked up by, maybe it was the curbing? That's really cool. Okay, so let's go through then all of the cars. Let's go through the long stops as well. Who's didn't start, who's this, who's that. Let's try and get this figured out here. So, in the lead of the race right now, with 18 hours and 43 minutes to go, the number 533 here of the Italia Racing team. In the car right now is Luca Bertozzi of Italy. That's a 3-driver team with Gianluca Peroni and Tommaso Maffei, rocking that Nissan R391 Lemans variant. Yeah, says LM on the end, the Lemans specific variant. Second place is the 923 PPR, that's Propal Racing Ferrari F333 SP. Is that special then? I guess that would be. There were lots of special variants back in the day. With Andrea Barlucci in the car from Italy. Full Italian team here. With Andrea we have Alberto Pertinini, Bruno Blanco, and Leonardo Ognabine. If I'm saying that right. 3 long stops for them. 4 long stops, yes, for the 533. There is a total in the race, this for all classes, 16 long stop minimum. 16 long stop minimum you have to essentially be valid. You can do more if you like, but you cannot do less, if I recall correctly. You cannot do less than the minimum. Holding up a bit of traffic there as they come down towards what would be the 4 chicanes. Oh, and wow, that is quick, the prototypes. And there you go, starting a brand new lap. Is that 923 now? So that's first and second. Third place is the 919, which, according to the live document, that's the Valor 1 Racing number 2 team. That's composed of Mike Van Doorn in the car right now from the Netherlands. Also with Maximilian Fleer. From Canada, which is cool, and Eamon Asabir from Italy. 3 long stops they've done. in the Toyota GT1-TS-020. And that's a predecessor to eventually the TS-050 that we all know and love. Toyota's made some dominant cars back in the day for Le Mans. Elise says, we raced GRC in 2024's 24-hour CLM. Oh, that's cool. 24-hour Classic Le Mans, that stands for. That's cool. Which one do you like more? Do you like the modern day ones, Elise, or do you like the classics? Watching this 919 go around, that looks absolutely beautiful through the Porsche curves. So that's third place in class. Fourth is going to be the 023 Watty Racing. They have two cars once again. This is their prototype car, the 023. So it's the number 2 team, actually. It says on the live document, not the number 1. Alexander Diakowski of Germany is in the car right now, with Sasha Gerard, Paolo Grimaldi of Italy, and Thorben Kexel of Germany. Sasha out of the car obviously right now. He's done probably a stint already. 4 long stops for them. Actually now back up into third place in class, actually. Sorry, third place, not fourth place. Third place in class. Bottom step of the podium, 2 laps behind second place. So can they find a way in the nighttime hours to bring the gap back? I mean, you see the gap there, third to second, which gear they're in, how much kilometer per hour they're doing. You can see all that at the bottom of your screen. Best of luck to them. And by the way, on the right side of your screen is very tiny as well. You can see maybe if you go full screen, the ACF rain guide there. So it's a drying track right now, and it's expected to be more rain later in the race in about 4.5 hours. So this is not done yet. It will dry a little bit. Strategy might change, but then you might get the wet stuff come back again and have to go back on the wet tyres. It's a strategy call on your part. Elise says, I'm a 90s kid, I stick to that era. Fair enough, fair enough. Sucks being born in 2000. You just missed one of the golden ages, right? Of motor racing. Because by the time you get to like 2010, or I started around about 2008, 2009 watching Formula 1, by that point things have already built up enough. The creativity has started to gone away by then. Not completely, must say. Not like today, but it's gone away a lot. Pedro Tellez, welcome on in. Says they're rooting for the 774, the 212, and the 199 high cars. Oh, fantastic. Well, we're going to talk about the 919 right now. In fourth place, we'll get to the 199 in a little bit. That's quite a ways down the order, but we'll get to them. The first of yours would be the 212, actually, coming up soon. Right, so the 919 here in the lovely Castrol car there. It is Valora 1 Racing number 2, Mike Van Doren in the car. Okay, so they swap places then. The 023, we went through them. Then 5th is the 541. This livery caught my eye out, because look at that. Green, yellow, orange, red, purple, and a blue. Apple computer liveried car. That's really nice. 541, a One Sport front row team. Porsche WSC 001, Carlos Mendes of Brazil in the car. 3 long stops they've done. They have 3 drivers. Lucas Oliveira, Carlos Mendes, as we mentioned, and Gabriel Prado as well on the team. Best of luck to them in this race. And let's take a look at the 880. The back of the main pack here of prototypes. Sweet Spot Racing, the Panoz LMP1 here. Joseph Klock of Austria in the car right now. 4 driver team, Clemens Kowal of Germany, Norman Rosseitz of Austria, and Nico Andriessen of Germany on the car as in the car as well. 5:33 just done another quickest lap of the race, a 3:27.909. That blows the previous time out of the water here, as the second quickest is a 3:30.689. So they are absolutely smashing it right now. And looking at stint time, by 9 seconds, absolutely smashing the 9:23 out of the water here. 5:33, well done then at the current moment to Luca Bertozzi. Right, so 047 done. Sorry, the 880 done rather. Let's get to the 033, first in GT1 class. And that is the Motori Nella Legenda team, McLaren F1 GTR Longtail. Denis Mihailov is in the car right now of Italy. 5 driver team here, Severio Falbo rather. Dennis, who's in the car, Christian Barbanera of Germany, Andrea Papasadaro of Italy, and Andrea Pirotti of Italy as well. 3 long stops done for them. Absolutely smashing it at the moment. As I come through this section here, it looks a lot easier to do than it does these days. That section before Tetra Rouge, which is right here. That's I don't know, maybe that's just me. Very nice sounding car, I should say, the McLaren. So they're in the lead. Second place, the 212 Apex car here. Hard to see as the light's dimming now, but that's Apex Racing. Lotus Elise GT1. Romulo Arruda of Brazil in the car right now, alongside Ruben Petrosyan of Germany, if I'm saying that right. Ali Sinar Ayas of Turkey, and Anthony Steiner of Germany. 3 long stops they've done. Third place in the class is the 014 EMAG racing team. Nissan R390 GT. Bobby Vakunyov of Bulgaria, if I'm saying that right, is in the car right now. 2 Hungarian drivers here, Mark Zalagi, something like that. Sorry if I pronounced them wrong. Daniel Kellerman and Alex Martinez of Spain in the car as well, who's, I'm sure, must be very excited for tomorrow. And last in the class is the 420 Mello team here. Mello Motorsports. Porsche 911 GT1 from 1998 specifically. With Jeff Van Elen of Belgium in the car. Anthony Hilton of the Netherlands on the team, along with Lee Russell of Great Britain. Adam Donovan. Jeff Van Elen in the car now. Adam Pridgen of the United States on the team as well. 4 long stops they've completed. Last on the track, that is. At the moment, there is 2 more cars in the class. The 500 Connexus car, who did not start the race, and the 449 Bulls Racing Ferrari F50 GT. It says Hugo Piacentini of Italy supposed to be in the car, but if I go back to the other live timing, I can't even find them. Yeah, I cannot find them at all. So someone needs to update me on what is going on with the 449, because I cannot see it at all. Doesn't say it did not start, doesn't say anything about it. So it said they did 2 long stops, so they must have started the race, but they might have DNF'd. That team is Carmelo Murano of Italy, Hugo Piacentini, as I mentioned, Adriano Calvanisi, and Nicola Ribera. Not sure about them. The Connexus team had Joe Pinder, Daniel Chavez, and Alex Shahabi. Couldn't make it out today, which is unfortunate. Let's get to more of the P900 cars as they're mixed in with GT1s. We've had some unfortunate running today. Oh wow, really interesting cockpit that, as he makes a mistake there into Indianapolis. But this is the 114 of the Nürburgring eSports team, BMW V12 LMR. Leon Scheid of Germany in the car right now. It was Scheid, right? Yeah, Leon Scheid, if I recall correctly the pronunciation. Andre Wolf of Germany in the car as well. Kilian Luterbach, Michael Bauer, and Thomas Neifert. Or is it Kniefert in the car as well, all from Germany. Yeah, not running so well today. Quickest lap time of a 3:35.431. The 449 DNF'd after 60 laps, the lead says. So that answers the question then. 60 laps, DNF. Currently now they're like 85, 86 laps in. So a little while ago, maybe just before I came on actually. Okay, moving on to 11th overall, and that is 8th in class. It's the 909 NDL here. That stands for Team Noodle team. That doesn't really line up as much, does it? NDL? No, yeah, no, it does. It does. Sorry. Yeah, NDL Noodle. Ferrari 5, Ferrari F333 SP. Stephen Pope is in the car right now from the USA. Kind of lovely story on him back during the 24 hours of Nürburgring, I do recall. Harry Harman of Great Britain in the team as well. Yannick Cote of Canada, and Nolan Kirkomer of the United States. They've done 6 long stops, which is one of the highest in the field so far. Actually, if I'm looking down, yeah, that is indeed the most of or sorry, tied for the most with Hyperdrive 404 for most long stops done in the race so far. Thank you, Elise, by the way, for that information on the 449. Let's get to the 899, 12th overall and 9th in class. It's the PDC, it's the Heinz car here. That's really cool. 899 Pay de Chumbo, number 1 car. Audi R8 LMP. Zamorano Sousa of Brazil in the car right now. Well, 2 Brazilians and a Mexican. Guilherme Lopez is driving as well, along with Manuel Samaniego of Mexico. Samaniego, hopefully I'm saying that right. 5 long stops done for them. Talked about Mello. Let's get to the GTSs now. They're all together. 14th overall, first in class. It's the 774 High Racing here. Mosler MT900-GTS. Lucas Silva of Brazil in the car. 4 long stops done for them. A team of Jake Black from Great Britain, Eduardo Cavalli from Brazil, Riley Gallardo from the United States, and of course Lucas Silva, who's driving right now. Pole position, it says the status, and indeed still leading the race. Well done to them in the 774. Here's a look on board on the Mulsanne straight. Matteo cheering for this team. He must be excited there in the lead at the moment. Alright, let's get to P2. The 028 Watty Racing team. This is the number 1 team. So they put their number 1 in GTS, number 2 in the prototype, interestingly. This is a really cool car, the Koenigsegg CCGT-GT1. Koenigsegg, they've had a lovely history, long history, very fast cars. Extremely high top speeds. That's very lovely. They're in second. They're trying to challenge for the lead of the class, but it's a 5-second gap at the moment. That's one of the closest in all of the fields here, all of the race. So there's a gap of roughly about almost 5 seconds here between them and the 774. It's going to be a tough one. Third is the 037 right here. That is 037 Hot Wheelers Germany 4GT-S, 4GT-S, one of my favourite cars. Very lovely. That is a team composed of Dennis Schramm of Germany, Jörg Mikel of Germany as well, all German team, Lucas Krebs and Just Kappelhoff, which I've started to finally pronounce the name of a little more correctly since a couple of months ago. And Matteo says they retired because the mod is not correct. GTS go faster than Ferrari F40 GT1, he says. Elise says, I highly doubt that only the Ferrari F50 has an issue, which they didn't even communicate over the period of 2 months. Oh, well, I'm not one to give any opinions, as I have no idea how that testing process went. But, interesting. Stories from the beer garden. Stories from the beer garden. Yeah, you guys love your beer, that's for sure. We had an extensive talk about it last year. Extensive talk about it. And in the Nürburgring race this year, rather. What everyone's favourites were. Let's get to the next one now. The 423. Here it is. And this one is a Lamborghini. Murcielago, or GT. Murcielago. Nowadays we have the Temerario, right, when it comes to Lamborghini GTs. Oh, and as I look back on Parsec, they're off the course. I heard a loud noise, and yes, they are off at what looks to be Indianapolis, and they've got major damage. Absolutely major damage as the car is coming up on them. Oh, watch out. I seem to be okay in a straight line. But, oh my word, a big moment for the 423. And in 4th place, you want to be fighting for that podium. That's not something you want there. Let the 037 go by there. Or actually, I might have been lap traffic go by. They are hobbling. Absolutely hobbling. 2 laps behind the 037 actually. And they are coming into the pit lane as they should. Hobbling in. Will they be able to get back out on track anytime soon? That is the question. And here they come. Lovely Swiss flag on the back, I should say. And here is a look at the pit lane. Can hold up to about 60 cars. More than 60 cars even. Blancpain liveried. And this might be quite a long stop for them. Might it just be worth it just to do a full long stop to begin with? Maybe. So, back to the 404 then. 17th overall. And, sorry, that is the 423. Let's get to 18th overall then. That would be now 5th in the class. Coming into the pit lane at the same time. This is the Hyperdrive Corvette C5R GT1. William Granberg of Sweden in the car. And here he is pulling into the pit stop right now. Getting up close. Look at it. Here they are, Hyperdrive. Oh, lovely C5R. The lights are covering up some of its beauty though. William Granberg in the car. Might be swapping out soon. We'll see. 3 other German drivers alongside him. Mike Roricht, Stefan Hartmann and Florian Kinas as well, driving for the team, and they also have 6 long stops done here already. The 404. Yeah, this must be a short stop then, as you can see how long they've been in the pit lane. 37 seconds and away they go. Driving through cars. Pit lane doesn't have collision, and away they go. The main straight, only 1 car approaching them. They have some work to do if they want to get back up to the podium positions. So that's 5th place. Let's get to 19th overall, and that is 6th in the class. That's the 823 rather. 823 Onid Racing, Aston Martin DBR9 GT1 with Charlie Morgan of Great Britain in the car right now. Oh, I like that interior. That's very nice. Charlie is joined by 4 other drivers. Daniel Lindblom of Sweden, Stephen Bain of Great Britain, Jacob Hine of Great Britain, and Dan Tomlinson of Great Britain. So mainly British team. Best of luck to them. 3 long stops completed for them. That's on the low end now at this point, as we come up to 18 hours to go. And last in the GTSs, it's the 442 Beef car. 442 B First Racing. That's why it says Beef. B First Racing. I'll call it Beef as a acronym. The Saline S7R. They are driving here of Pino Mansoria of Italy. Right now driving. 4 driver team with Andrea Viviani, Tomino Matteo, Francesco Pellegrino, and of course Pino. 3 long stops completed for them. Starts to get much darker on the track. No rain at the moment. People would come into the pits and obviously get some slick tyres for a little bit, for a few hours. Less than 4 hours to go until the drizzle starts again, and which light rain afterwards to come in the forecast, it says. Let's get to the leader of NGT now. Coming through the Porsche curves, it is the 082 Valkyrie E-Racing team right now, the BMW M3 E46 GTR. Marcus Annendorp of Germany in the car right now. Their team is joined by Eric Neath of Germany, Kasper Preuss of Germany, Max Meyer of Germany, and Marco Convertini of Switzerland. If I got that right, CH is Switzerland, I believe, the abbreviation. That's the 082. In the pit lane is the 486. And here they are right now, coming out, Team Noodle. And 33 seconds back of the Valkyrie, who's really only just taken the lead then. Team Noodle in the Ferrari 360 GTC that is. Daniel Tam of Hong Kong in the car right now. Joined by Mickey Arquinha of Brazil. Arthur Barokin of Russia. And Alejandro Barondo of Spain. They've just done their 4th long stop as they now come out of the pit lane. That's the 486. And 22nd overall and 3rd in the class, it's the 208 Phoenix Motorsport Team Gillette Vertigo GT2 car. Mario Lang of Germany in the car right now, alongside Mikkel Sipley, Levi Padberg, and Noah Chabula of Germany as well. Best of luck to them. The 199 is in 4th place. Oi Oi Sorrento, the Marcos Mantis NGT car. Wojciech Zieluski of Poland in the car right now, joined alongside Mateus Nolli of Brazil, Felipe Farias of Brazil, James Pendry of the United States, and Adam Galaxy of Canada as well. And last but certainly not least in the field, who's off the racing circuit as we speak, the 307 here, Coca-Cola livery That might be one of my favourites simply because of the livery they chose. Porsche's ran this livery a few times. I actually remember when they ran it at the Petit Le Mans back in, I think it was 2019 if I recall, on their Porsche 911 GT RS, I think it was, GT3 RS. That Coca-Cola livery is iconic. PEA X JPRT team. We have currently Aditya Gunawan of, I believe, is that India in the car right now. ID is India, or is that Indonesia? No, it might be Indonesia rather, sorry. IN would be India. This is an all-Indonesian team then, joined by Denzel Kalalo, Bima Surya, Iqbal Kurniawan, and Fareza Sayadani as well. Yes, Indonesian. 5 long stops completed for them. Lots of incidents for them. They're struggling, but we'll see how they do come the end of the race. That's the last of the running order. Again, total of 20. Now 24 cars in the race. It was 23 cars in the race. I think when I started it was around about 25. Dropped a bit. Couple of the cars that didn't start here. The 730 I forgot to mention in GTS. The T7 Quida Racing team didn't start the race at all. The Maserati MC12. That's a shame. 3 driver team there. Guilherme Salas, Lucas Fatoza, and João Balbino, all of Brazil. Couldn't make it, which is unfortunate. I think that was the only one in GTS I missed. We talked about the one in GT1. Bulls Racing now correctly shows as DNFs. That's now been updated. There might have been a couple of others as well. I'm not sure. Correct me if there's any I missed in terms of DNF. And in GT, I was going to say GTN, but NGT, the 111 Moritz Racing Esports, they ran in the Nürburgring race, but not here. They didn't start the race in the Honda NSX or LM GT2, or we could just call it the Honda NSX. Anthony Blau, who's, by the way, a very good driver. He was supposed to be in this race. He is not. Daniel Henriksen of Norway and René Kirsch of Germany. They couldn't make it as well, which is rather unfortunate. Not sure why the 199 on the live document has no valid lap attached to it. Because surely by now they would have had a valid lap. Or is that meaning for qualifying in some sense? Maybe. That's the, yeah, this says 4:05.222 was the previous lap, so I'm not really sure what that tag is meant to be there for. Same with the 4:23 Nova Sim Racing Lamborghini. I'm not really sure why they also have that. Oh, that's another one that's DNF then. I don't see the 4:23 Nova Sim Racing. Yeah, so there was another Lamborghini. They've done 5 long stops, so I don't see them on the list here. Kordian Krzemiński of Poland. They're supposed to be in the car right now. Yeah, I do not see them at all. So, what has happened? I'm not sure. Oh, a very massive stop and go for the 4:04. Just popped up on the screen on the race control. My goodness. Yeah, where is the 4:04 on my live timing? Oh, I see. Now we're back to 24. So, okay, so maybe as they go out, they drop off the leaderboard. and that's why I can't see them. That might be something they'll have to fix in due course then. If I look at the other live timing screen, let's see if the 4:23 is still showing here. Ah, there they are. Okay, they are still in the race. They are still in the race. Never mind. Excuse me. Did get that wrong. Novasim Racing is still here. Okay. But that also says no valid lap on it. So I'm not really sure what that means. Okay. So Lisa's saying I can hop into the car and drive as fast as the others within 10 laps. The 10 lap limit then. Otherwise it says no valid lap. Right, okay. So anyway, counted a few DNSs here. 1, 2, 3. I have 3 on the live document. DNS. So I didn't even start the race. Couple of DNFs. That's at around about 24 cars here in the race. 24 teams. And again, that quickest lap at 3:23.327 by the 5:33 as the 919 goes well off and completely misses that chicane braking point. My goodness. Nowhere close. Eventually they'll get enough cuts that they'll have to do a drive-through. Which generally is about 15, I think, if I recall correctly. Or is it 12? It might be 12. And then you got to come in and do a drive-through to reset it. Elise is leaving no mercy for Matteo in the stream chat, I've noticed. So, little under an hour to go until I unfortunately have to end my commentary stint. When the pre-game for the World Cup is starting, and I like to record it for myself. This is the third place match today between France and England. Let's see if England can get a consolation prize for their efforts. Oh wow, someone coming in the pit lane just took to the grass there for the sand. That is the Mellow 420. Not sure what happened coming in there. Got to be careful. Oh, they have a cracked windshield as well. Need to get that fixed up. That's for sure. Might be a long pit stop. You can see there on the timing tower there. You can see their time they're spent in the pit box itself. Not in the pit lane entirely, but the pit box itself. May take a little while. Mellow Motorsports there with a beat up car. So it says stay mellow on it. Very nice. Let's get back to the battle for the was the lead in GTS, which unfortunately now has started to subside. The 774 leading quite a bit on the Watty Racing 028 now. Was close at one point. Actually 10 seconds off their best lap time. You know what would be nice? If I can give some feedback on the timing tower. It'd be nice to see maybe just for a bit longer once they leave the pit lane, how long the stop was, because it goes away immediately and I miss it. Be nice to compare it between the two before coming back to interval or gap or whichever. Just a suggestion. .404 hype car in the pit lane. Let's take a look at P900, what's going on there for the lead of the race. Managing the traffic now as the night falls. I've got a well decent gap on second. Hopefully everyone has enjoyed the commentary so far. I mean, I haven't done it long, and I think this was the only commentary of the whole race, if I recall, because I didn't hear anyone earlier when I stopped in after I woke up, so I didn't see anything in the Discord either, so as far as I'm aware, I'm the only one today. Let's get to lap records from the time, as I have Circuit de la Sarthe open. So, the current track, the length was set back in 2018, 13.626 kilometers. That's 8.467 miles. Still 38 turns, that hasn't changed. Fastest lap, I mentioned earlier, the TS050 hybrid, the LMP1 that Mike Conway set that lap, 3:17.297. That's the quickest on the current circuit, but we are running, I believe, the 2002 to 2006 variant, which actually has the quickest lap of a much slower 3:31.211 by Tom Christensen of Denmark in the Audi R10 TDI in 2006, part of the LMP1 class. So that length, almost the same but slightly longer, ever so slightly longer, at 13.650 kilometers. That's 8.482 miles. So what the difference is, that tiny little bit, I'm not sure. Still 38 turns. Some of these cars, though, that are in the race may have ran on the 36 turn circuit. So before the chicanes, 1997, 2001, 13.605 kilometer circuit, 8.454 miles, with the race lap record set by Ukyo Katayama in the Toyota GT1 1999 LMGTP. That's a 3:35.032, by the way, so already smashing that. But yeah, that's a couple of the lap records through the years. I skipped over the 2007 to 2017 variant, as none of these cars would have raced during that time. There's actually absolute metric ton of variants of this circuit. Looking at it here, actually, so 2002 to the present, they had both chicanes, and even 1990 to 2001. Okay, never mind, they would have been under both chicanes anyway. Which corners were taken out then, is the question. I'm trying to look. Layout evolution. I actually have like a full thing showing the evolution. Oh, it's the Ford chicane. So it used to be one chicane, then two chicanes. That's probably why. Okay. Not the kinks like I thought it'd be. Yeah, it was 1987 to 1989. It was one full straight there. Mulsanne Kink, then Mulsanne Corner. And variants before that, the same sort of way. And as we know it, right up until about 1932, of which the circuit before that in its infancy simply looked completely different on the, if I'm correctly saying, the northern end, the Rue de Circuit. Not even part of today's circuit here. Then it was like a long straight up to Tetra Rouge, so it's very different looking. Leave the Autocam on and see what they can find. Anything interesting? Elise says, you're the hero of today's stream, hustling solo like a champ. Oh, thank you. I wouldn't say hero, but I was broadly interested and I was available, so I was like, sure, why not? I hope maybe one day we can have a full slate of commentators that can come on and versely help me out. Let's just say with the commentary. Hold on, I'm gonna go back to here if I can. Autocam off, please. There we go. Look at this. We have a gaggle of cars together. Check Discord DMs. I don't see any. Oh, I do see something. There we go. It didn't show up as notification. That was why. Okay. So I need to stay off the controls for a sec while something gets fixed. But yeah, thank you very much, Elise. Really appreciate it. Oh, I'm low on battery on my iPad. I do have my phone getting charged up just in case, but unfortunately, I'm going to be leaving in about a little more than 30 minutes from now, so I do apologise in advance. Okay, we are good to go. Okay, I think I have proper control again. So where's all the cars that are together? Well, there isn't many. Let's take a look at 8th. Right above. Yeah, there's a couple of them here. See if there's any interclass mingling. Yeah, and ahead of them is the Mellow car trying to, well, and not get lapped again. 9th is directly behind them here, 17 seconds. So that's at least an interesting battle for the podium in GT1. Semi-interesting. Most of these others, they have massive 1-2 lap gaps. And then there's some that say dash dash, which make me think that's simply because it's bordering a lap gap. I don't know. I don't know why it's like that. It's bordering a lap gap so it doesn't show anything. I don't know. I don't really know. Like, what is the gap from the 823 to 404? I have no idea. Oh, watch out! Oh! Trying to handle those brakes must be really difficult. Let's get into the F6 view, actually. Might look a little cooler. Love the sounds of these cars as he goes a bit wide. In the late portion of the Porsche curves, the 033. And now that gap is 12 seconds to the 014. As the rain is back, is it? Is it back or is it... what am I hearing inside? Oh, I was hearing something else. Never mind. I was hearing something. It sounded like rain and then it went away. Oh no, that's just simply... No, that is the noise of the engine. It sounded a bit like rain. It sounded a bit like heavy rain falling. No, the rain is not back. No rain at all. It's a much drier track, actually. Is everyone on slicks? Let me see. I'm going to go back to the live timing data. Oh, actually, it doesn't tell me. I thought it would tell me what tyre they're on. But it does not. Well, that's interesting. I have two different links. Well, let me see what this one is. Okay, the regular Seto hosting. So I've been given the live timing link that does have the tires. Okay. So medium. It says M, so I imagine that's medium compound tire for the P900. Everyone is on that. Yep, GTS, GT1, and GT, they all say the same thing. Okay, there we go. That confirms it then. Everyone is on the same compounded tyre. This tells me how many laps in this pit. We've just hit 102 laps as well, by the way. The triple digit mark for laps in the race. 10-second gap, the 014 and the 033. Trying to chase them down to second. Yeah, they're all on slicks now, like suggested in the rain guide. Right, you see that on the right hand side of the screen. A bit small, but you can see it. They must have been on wet when I started then, and then eventually transitioned. But as I was trying to figure out what the classes were, I probably missed that whole bit. So am I allowed to also give the Assetto hosting link in the stream chat or not? I'll wait until they confirm. Because right now everything is running smoothly, and I think the point is that they want to keep it that way. I can click on the top right corner of the app to expand it. That looks much better. No rain, got to go first. I love who made this. Great. Try to slightly damp to... Am I allowed to pull this out? There we go. I'll put it back at the end. Yeah, there you go. Looks like drizzle coming up later. Stick to wet, then blue is wet. Oh, that's awesome. Again, it's only a suggestion. You don't have to, but you know, you'd much rather have the slick tire as long as possible. Oh, you wrote it. Oh, nice. Nice. So how do I close this up again? I do that, right? Compact view. So sorry if it's not in the exact place. Trying my best. There we go. Very cool, very cool. Right. Again, if I click daytime, or if I click at all, yeah, that doesn't change anything there. Well, it's not really daytime anymore, it's really nighttime. So you got stint time there, you got interval there, lap time there, meaning the previous lap time. There's a look at the driver of the 014 trying to chase him down. Oh, and I love this view as well. Someone in the Nürburgring race was very much a fan of this kind of view. So why not? Take a look. 23:19, is that the local time? Must be, yeah, the local time on track. Ah, okay, so I cannot share the other one, the other live timing. Only the public one, which you guys already have from earlier. Okay, good thing I asked that first. Look up ahead. P900 trying to get by, and they do. Let's take a look at the interval now. 8 seconds. See where the struggles are for the 033. Previous lap of a 3:36.470. Apex 3:33.191. So the Apex actually had quite a quicker lap then. Ahead. Well, I want to know behind. That's what I want to know. So 3:36.470. And 9th place. Oh, and a gaggle of traffic. Ah, yeah, so that was a 3:34.496. As many cars go off. That was the Apple computer car there. Oh, watch out. Be careful, folks. There's a whole bunch of cars cross the line at the same time. The 541 leading that pack. Well, around the first corner up to Dunlop. And the 533 in the process, a new quickest lap of 3:23.165 now. Take a look at 6th place as they are in amongst all of it. Lots going on right now. How about 15th? Oh, and they must have had an issue because they have a cracked windshield here and I think bent steering. The Nova car, Nova Lamborghini. Not good for them. Whole bunch all together. Let's go to the What E Racing, right in the middle of it here, the 023. There used to be a massive grandstand there. I wonder why they got rid of it. Maybe safety. But let's see as they come in the Mulsanne corner, how will things be? The difference in speed. Looks like another couple of cars might be on their long stop right now. I see only 22 on the timing tower. Now back to 23, so Yeah, that's exactly what's happened. The 114 doing a long stop in the P900 class just dropped below the 899, so they are squarely last place now. Squarely last place in the class. Oh, this is cool. Look at that. Speed, RPM, fuel, it's all on the dash all together. Lock up in the Indianapolis. And take a look as the cars go by here. Look at that. Yeah, 114 now, 5 of 16 long stops. That is confirmed. Most teams will probably be on 4 or 5 as of this point. By the way, it is 25 warnings until you get a drive-through for cutting the track. Not 15 like I thought before, it is 25. A couple of penalties, the 919 had one, the 212 in GT1 had one. The 899 and the 114, well back in the P900 class. And the 212 joining that list as well. Who's currently in the pit lane, back to third now in GT1. So they're not doing so well at the moment then. The 899, 114, I didn't mention it before. 423 in GTS had one penalty for the cut of the track. 823 had one. 404 had one for the driver swap, though different kind of penalty. That's a generally more massive penalty. And in NGT, the 486 got a penalty for cutting the track too many times, and the 307 Coca-Cola car as well. As we ride on board with the 880 a little more. Cool looking car, just not well performing today. And the 212 has now done 4 long stops. Apex. That's a cool sounding car, wow. And what's happening here? Oh, they have to really slow up early, that's it. Oh my word. Control that through Tete Rouge. I'm sure getting the setup right here is pivotal. Now let's take a look at the Watty Racing. Basel with a 774. They are off strategy though. Do keep that in mind. And that gap is rising now. It's a high ahead. Last lap of 352, but was there an incident there? Because that's too quick to be a pit stop. That's for sure. Gap is very much increasing. Yeah, I think they just kind of went off the track. That's what I think happened. Go back to the leader in NGT. Been kind of forgotten about. I do apologise. Not many interesting battles there. The 082. Not too far behind the 404 actually. GTS, surprisingly. Only 100 seconds. But traversing their way. A huge gap to the 420 either. The 774. Although it does say a lap behind, so maybe it's a lap plus that gap. Could be what it is. 033, a drive-through for speeding. Which is insult to injury there for the second placed GT1 car. And they will not be liking that. In the McLaren there, powered by BMW. However, that makes sense. EMAG in first, Apex in third. Apex will really be looking to capitalise. They are coming through the Porsche curves right now. So, might they be jumping up back to second? Here they come through the Ford chicanes now. Slow it up, slow it up. Good, good, good. And I'm back on throttle. And it looks like no. It will only be a few seconds gap between them. 11 or 10 seconds. Let's see how it changes as they go down towards the mole stand. That will be a better indication. Because it keeps going up and down the gap you see at the bottom of your screen. Every time they hit a corner, it's not like timing loops where you can get a nice even calculation of the gap. It's as every time you are speeding up, every time you are braking, it's changing dramatically. Oh, I love that moon shot in the background there. Yeah, that is looking about 12 seconds at the moment, so not bad. The 033 though, once they have to come around, and we'll see what it is. Oh, I like how it flashes as well on the live timing page for speed. Good to see. So yeah, I think the 212 may very well take second place coming onto this next lap. .923 into the pit lane. And how long will they sit there is the question. Leading the charge of LMP 900s here. It's the pit lane, all of them, for pit stops. Here they go. The 533, much further up the pit lane than the other two. And here come all the rest of them, and the leader in GT1. Is he taking advantage of this speeding situation then by the 033? And off they go, actually for a long stop even. So now it is up to the 033 then to hit the pit lane, and the 212 right behind that. Now the gap falling down a bit as they've hit their marks further or better than the car ahead, even a green mini sector, so they are trying. Well under 10 seconds, probably more like 4 seconds, and here they come to the pit lane, and the 212 will stay out, and they should take second in the class here. Yeah, there they are. You see the 033 in now, and there it is. Yes, the 212 second place. It shows first right now. That is wrong. That's because the long stop is currently going on for the for the other car there. Right, 212 in the lead of this race. 033. You have the 420 and the 014 E-Mag as well, currently in that long stop. See how it transcends from here. Let's see all the leaders in the long stops right now. Some of them doing short, not all of them long. These guys right next to each other here. And the 919 is out. Again, they show his second place. We have a spin. And who is that for? The car directly behind there. Who was that? That was the maybe 9th or 10th. No, might have been somebody else entirely. Not sure who that was. But they'll go on then. Who was that? Was it 8th? Might have been 8th. I'm not entirely sure. Someone had a spin there early on in the lap. Oh, that was very dicey. Yeah, 533 now. 5 long pits. Are they out of the pit lane? They are. There they go. 3rd place slightly ahead. Again, laps behind. 5th place slightly behind that. Right, Ace AC coming back. It's very confusing as the timing tower drops cars, brings cars back on. Not sure if they can make it like CMRT to try and keep them visible despite being out of the server. Here comes E-Mag back in with their new driver swap here. And who's getting in the car now for that team? Mattori. Andrea Papasadaro of Italy. That's what it says on the live document now. Is that changing? Or has changed already? There he goes. Lots of cars making pit stops right now, as we're just under 17.5 hours to go. Oh, watch out. Now there's a 1 second gap just about, the 028 to the 774. You can literally see it ahead. This battle for the lead of the class continues. Into the pit lane, the 774. And they're going to have a long stop. Let's see if they get out. That puts the 028 then. Should be into the lead of that class, if that gap is to be correct. Let me see what it shows here. It's all messed up there. No, maybe there was a lap gap. There's a lap gap, so the 774 continues to lead regardless. It looks like it's going to be a short stop then here. They would have left by now otherwise. Right, but the 028 then behind, that is back on the lead lap to the 774 in the class. I can verify this by looking at the live data here. And yeah, indeed, 97 laps to 96 laps. That is indeed the case. Okay. So let's take a look then at third, the 037. Along there, trying to catch up to the 028. About 10 minutes to go here in my commentary stint. I have appreciated every minute of this. So actually a really cool concept. And I hope you guys enjoyed having me as well. Even though I will be off for many hours. Maybe I can come back around about 8 o'clock tonight. No, it would be a bit later than that. Maybe about 8:30 tonight, if I'm up for it. If I can't, I'll let folks in the Discord know. But that would be about 4 hours. A little more than 4 hours from now. So might come back for a short second stint as well in the midnight hours, but we'll see. Can't guarantee anything, unfortunately. Right, gap from the 923 to the 023. Only a few seconds. Oh, and look out! Oh, what a huge collision! Oh! And that is a collision with one of the GT cars there. I missed who it was on the 923. And who is that? For the life of me, I can't see it on the map. That was a nasty collision. Heading down towards Indianapolis. And hopefully everyone okay there, not too much damage. Thankfully this is a virtual race, not a real life historical race. You don't have to keep the cars as pristine condition. Those historical races, you generally don't want to crash them. As they'll head back to the, display after, wherever they may be. Or to the rightful owner. And straight to the pit lane, no surprise, the 923 after that collision. Who was it though with the incident? That is the question. It wasn't the 037 surely? No, I don't think so. Who was it though? Was it in GT1 maybe? It could have been. Trying to figure out who it possibly could have been. Or it could have been someone at the very far back of the field. Could have possibly been the 199. Are they coming in? No, they're not. 208 it definitely couldn't have been. Didn't look like them. Well, they're coming in. Maybe it was the 208. What's their lap time looking like? 404. Last lap 4:15. No, that can't be right. Wouldn't have lost that much lap time. Oh, it's a mystery to me right now. Because again, on the timing tower, it doesn't say who has spun out or anything like that. I am looking blind. That's another thing to maybe add on in. Maybe flash red or something when someone has spun out. So into the pit lane goes the Phoenix 208. The 082 Valkyrie is still trundling along. Last lap of 406, so about 2 seconds back of their quickest. Doing well. Full 3-lap gap for the 533 and the 023. Is that a gap of, you know, performance by driver? Or is that by the car being better? That's my question. That is, I must say, a very dominating performance at this stage. Oops, sorry. Didn't mean to click the track map. I meant to move my camera view around. Sorry about that. But they are the leader by far in this race. .23 in the pit lane, the 899 in the pit lane again. I've had a few trips to the pit lane. And by the way, lovely Heinz livery. We'll look at it up here, up close. If we're in the lights. Are we in the lights? Not really. No. Ah, and they're doing a long stop. But they have Heinz logo on the side of the car there. 923 pulling away. Off they go. 533 with the 404 and the 923 just drove into it. 923 now, 5 long pits. Good time to do it. So it's the 404 in last place in GTS. Ouch. And the 533, the leader of the race. Best to have it when you're 3 laps up then. So it was the leader. I was thinking, no, there's no way it could be the leader. But if it actually was the leader, that's crazy. And still trundling along like nothing happened. See as third place goes through traffic here, the 541 Macintosh car. I'll call it the Macintosh car. Trying to get their way past the 880 ahead as well, which they should gain on. There are many laps ahead of them. But Franco Pelizon 4252, welcome on in, says IRT number 1. Indeed they are. If you are cheering for them, that is a very good result so far, and they will probably hold this lead for quite some time. Oh, big lockup by the EMAG car there. This pretty much does it for my time though, as we're approaching 350. About as late as I can go. I'd like to thank Sasha once again for having me on. I may be back later, we'll see. But thank you, Sasha, for having me on. Thank you to Andy Romanovsky as well, part of the organisation and a driver in this race. Part of the support. Andrea Papa Dadaro of Italy, who also should be in this race as well. I recall that earlier. Along with countless others. AC friends. Thank you so very much. Thank you, Elise, Matteo, and so much more who was in the chat helping me along with the details of the classes, drivers, cars, have a better understanding now of which one's which. Especially the confusion of GT1 and GTS, which are almost the same, barring a couple years difference. So, thank you so very much. So I'll be back on later. No confirmation of any other commentators in this race. I have absolutely zero information about that, so I can't tell you, oh, this guy's going to be on at this time and such and such. Don't have any of that. But I know for certain that I may be available around about 8 o'clock Eastern. Maybe that's about, 6 hours past that, 2 a.m. Germany time, UTC +2. The dead of night in this race, round about halfway. Oh, big penalty for the 208 Phoenix. Right, as I'm leaving here. Ouch. That's bad for them in NGT. But, yeah, 10 minutes to go until the pre-game starts, so I'm going to head off to that. Let's go England, even if it's only for third. No one else besides me, says Elise. Right, so we might see you later on. Enjoy the rest of the broadcast, the rest of the sights and sounds. This has been Mercurio, your commentator here for AC Friends, the 24 Hours of Le Mans Classic 2005 and earlier edition. Thank you so much. We'll see you later on. You're watching AC Friends, the 24 Hours of Le Mans Classic. Enjoy the rest of your evening. Hello, good evening everyone, and welcome back to the 24 hours of Lemans Classic, presented by AC Friends. I'm your host Mercurio, joining in once again for another stint here, overnight, at the Circuit de la Sarthe, here in France. 11 hours and 31 minutes to go in a very wet field race with some dry patches in between. It's been certainly quite an eventful one, with many cars having difficulty trying to keep it on the road, trying to get this thing round the 3.5 minute lap, based on the 2005 and earlier configurations of cars. We have 4 classes here: the P900, otherwise known as LMP 900, the prototype class at the time, the predecessor to LMP1, just before LMP1. We have GT1 class, which everyone knows and loves if you're a motorsport fan. The GTS class, which is extremely similar, but with a lot less downforce, and what would eventually become GT1 later on. It's a very, very interesting class of car, that's for sure. And the NGT class, which would eventually become GT2 after 2005 at Le Mans. So, classes that you know and love from the era of the early 2000s and the late 90s. Welcome on in everyone, here on the AC Friends YouTube channel. We hope you are having a fantastic evening, morning, overnight, wherever you may be. Just past 9:35 PM Eastern Time. It is 1:35 AM UK time, actually not UK time, UTC time, just past 2:35 in the morning UK time, and 3:35 AM if you live in Germany in Central European time, where the bulk of the drivers from this race are driving from. So they are in the complete overnight hours, graveyard shift right now as you are watching this. Let's get you up to speed on how things are going in the race before we welcome back on in the chat. 16 people watching at the moment on the AC Friends YouTube channel here during part 2. Again, I'm your host Mercurio, trying to bring you through the next few hours before I need to go to sleep. And as far as I'm aware, no commentary scheduled to the finish line. Let's take a look then. Turn off the Autocam and go to first overall in LMP 900 class. And it's the 5:33, the same as a few hours ago since I've been on. Let's have a look at the live document. The 5:33 Italia Racing Team, Nissan R391 in the lead here. Currently in the car is Luca Bertozzi of Italy. They've done 8 of their 16 long stops. They're pretty much perfectly halfway through, perfectly on schedule there. All teams, all cars must do 16 long stops in this race. They are in the lead by 4 laps, 4 whole laps on the 023 Watt E-Racing, which is quite a shock to say, to be fair. Watt E-Racing's number 2 team, Paolo Grimaldi of Italy in the car right now in the Porsche WSC 001. They've done 9 long stops. They were in this position when I left last time as well. And they're a full, let's see here. They are a full 89 seconds up on third place here, the 919. What a big gap that is indeed. The 919 is Velour One Racing number 2, trying to get to the final step of the podium right now. The Toyota GT1-TS-020, the predecessor to the incredible TS-050 LMP1 that dominated for years in the Le Mans 24 hours races. That's your top 3 in LMP 900. Let's bring you to GT1 class, and let's get you on board then with actually, let's just do the bonnet view then, or maybe that. Maybe you like that. Let's do that. Dash view. Let's go ahead and take a look at GT1. The 212 Apex Racing is leading the class in the Lotus Elise GT1. Romulo Arunda from Brazil in the car now. 9 long stops done for them. They took pole position in the class and absolutely dominating 2 laps on second place, the 033. As you can see right here, heading through Tetra Rouge and onto the Mulsanne. The 033 McLaren F1 GTR Longtail. The Motori Nella Legenda Italian team. Yes, a couple of Italian teams here. Andrea Perotti is in the car right now. They've done 7 long stops. Let's go to let's go to third place now. 10th overall though. There is a P900 all the way back in that mix of GT1s. 014, the EMAG Racing team, with Daniel Kellerman of Hungary currently in the car, in the Nissan R390 GT. 9 long stops completed, and EMAG has a problem at Dunlop Corner, and they have to do a little spin round. They avoid any other traffic, but that is rather unfortunate there. EMAG again squarely in third in the class. A full 2 laps down on the 114, and even behind that, even in front of that, the 033, and another spin now for the 014 of Daniel Kellerman. He's not having a good lap at all here. His previous lap was a 352. Might he came into the pits? Let me check the live timing screen that I have. Sorry, I'm clearing my throat. Sounds scratchy. It says they've done 191 laps, and well, they all say pit out, so that doesn't really help in any way. So well, let's see. Last pit, okay, 2 laps ago. Right, so that's that isn't it. So that was just on their own then. And lucky for them, they have massive gaps to the 420 behind them in 4th place in the class. Let's get to GTS now in the red colour. The 774 Hi Racing. Am I saying that right? It's not he, right? I think it's Hi. I have no idea. Hi Racing. 774, the Mosler MT900. Lucas Silva in the car has done 10 long stops, this team. They also were pole position at the beginning of this race, so how about that? Everyone leading right now, got pole, knows how to drive their car. How about that? Have a little bit of traffic here, and then let the prototype by into the Lurch chicane. If I'm saying that right, probably not. Well, it's the modern day Daytona chicane, actually. It's been renamed a few times since the early 2000s. And let's get to... Oh wow, that is nice going side by side together. Sorry, I was going to get to second place, but there you go. A couple of them right in a line together. Light rain at the moment on the windshields. The track is drying, and it says on the right hand side in the rain guide, 3 minutes. They recommend slick tyres on that rain guide. So very soon, people might be diving to the pit lane to go back to some slick tyres put on. And who's going to be in first? Who's going to get an advantage? Let's get to second place in GTS. It's the 028 Watt E-Racing car there. Second in both classes. This is the number one team, though, in the Koenigsegg CC GT GT1. Again, they're both GT1, GTS and GT1, but one's from one era, one's from another. One has more downforce than the other. Slightly different specs. Dennis Meyer of Germany in the car right now. 8 long stops completed for them. Have a large gap. 4 laps back of Hi. Third place is the 037. They're in the pit lane right now. They're doing a stop here. Is this a long stop though? It's a minute 44. So I don't know if they had left the server and came back, waiting for the rest of their time before they can come out. So I'm not sure. It's the again 037 Hot Wheelers Germany team in the 4GTS. Lucas Krebs of Germany in the car right now. They've also done 7 long stops in this race. Came into qualifying with a 3:47.589. So a bit of a long stop for this team here. It's been nearly 2.5 minutes. But that rounds out your podium there in GTS. Fourth place is a full 4 laps back of this team here. So that's quite something, quite a gap. You'll see large disparities of numbers of laps at the end of this race, that is for sure. Let's get to GT2, or now it's N-GT is what they named it. Effectively GT2. The Valkyrie team in the 082 is still in the lead. They also got pole position coming into this race, so all 4 classes, all pole position. Max Meyer of Germany in the car right now in the BMW M3 E46 GTR. 8 long stops completed for Max, and is running beautifully. Has had hardly a crash, hardly an issue. That's first. There's actually only 3, as far as I can tell here. Only 3 remaining NGTs in the race. There were plenty more of them earlier. There's been a couple of DNFs. Yeah, there were 6 into this race. 2 of them have DNF'd. 1 of them did not start the race at all, leaving 3 remaining. So second place is the 199. The 199 Oi Querendo, or it could be Oi Querendo. Felipe Farias in the car, Brazil. Marcos Mantis NGT, which I'm not really sure many of you would have heard of, unless you were around in the era. 10 long stops completed for them. That's on the higher side. The most I'm seeing is 11 long stops right now, shared by a couple of teams. 423 and the 404 hyperdrive, both with 11. And third place, and currently last now of the remaining runners, but limping back to the pit lane, it's the Coca-Cola liveried 307 here. Oh gosh, what has happened to them? Must have had some horrible crash or something. The 307 PEA X JPRT car, the Porsche 996 F6, our Dian Saya Gunawan of Indonesia in the car right now, or was in the car. Maybe they're getting out now, we'll see. But probably not, they would have left already. 307 there, P21 overall, but technically third in NGT class, as they are in the box ready for repairs. So, oh, and that was a quick one, already out. Okay, so that's where we stand. That means the remaining runners in NGT will be getting on the podium regardless. This car is 9 laps back of the 199 even. So they are simply here just for fun, but hopefully not getting too much in the way of other people's races. And right as I say that, commentators curse as they do another little spin and nearly crash into the car ahead, which looked a little dangerous there, the 10th place EMAG team. My goodness. Actually, is that EMAG? No, it's not. Sorry, it's someone right behind them. Can't tell on the track map yet. But, my goodness. What an eventful race this has been for some of these people. No one in the stream chat to say hello to yet. I see chats from earlier when I wasn't commentating yet. I was watching the third place World Cup match between England and France, which was absolutely insane, extremely unexpected scoreline. 919, 8 long pits now as they come out of the pit lane. Again, the final step to podium at the moment. But hopefully everyone's still having a good time. Let's go ahead and see if there's anything close on track. Not really. There's only one car that it's showing a gap for some reason. An interval time on the screen. That's not like plus lap or plus laps, plural. It's the 420 here. It's about 40 seconds back of the EMAG. That's about it. There hasn't been much change for a while in the leaderboard. Massive lap time gaps. I think that 433 could have been a pit. Could have been. No, it wasn't a pit. EMAG was having a couple of spins, so yeah. 433 lost some time. 345 for Mello. That's a lot closer. Let's take a look at the lap times. Actually, on the screen, yeah, they can even go much quicker, like a 334. Apex 331 even. Plenty of time gain. That's their quickest lap of the race, by the way. Looking at that. The stint time, as in I think that's the best lap in the stint. Much slower. Way slower. So, again, things are still work in progress. There will be additional things added to the timing tower soon. Track is very much slick now. Drying up. And long time until drizzle starts again, it says. 7 hours, 54 minutes. That's most of the way through the remainder of the race. but it will be fairly wet right before the final dash to the finish line. That's exciting, I guess. Did have my food before it came on. Some spaghetti. It's been a nice evening. So let me see here for hyperdrive. The abbreviation is hype, which I like. This one shows a 6-second gap to Nova. I don't know why it doesn't show on here, but it does show down here. 6-second gap at least is a little more interesting. 16 to 15 overall. So that is probably the closest on track. Let's see Watty Racing to high. 42 seconds. 40 seconds, okay. 880 to the 541, that's about 116 seconds, quite a bit. Take a look then, the gap from the 919 to the 023, 100 seconds roughly. So that is not as exciting, I guess. Right, well, let's ride on board with Hyperdrive and see how they're managing at the moment. Can they work their way up to the Lamborghini? And by the way, I do have more facts. Oh, no time for that. Did they go out? Oh no, okay. Might have been a lag thing. I'm going to watch that back on replay and see what just happened. Is that a lag thing? Or did they actually hit something? No, oh, no, they actually went off into the sand, yep. Then came back on at Tetra Rouge, so it was a little tiny moment, then they managed to get going again. Okay, that's not going to help them in the gap department, though. Now back to 11 seconds. Anyway, as I was saying, let's give you another couple of facts I found about the LMP 900 class. Let's put you on one of them here. And I can tell you that, well, from earlier, you guys know it's a 900 kilogram minimum, or it was. It was slowly pushed up to 950 over the years up until it became proper LMP1. Power is equalized across turbo via air restrictors, and there was also boost limits. The Audi R8, as I mentioned earlier, it's a 3.6 litre twin turbo V8, about 610 horsepower, and it won Le Mans 5 times. 2000 to 2002, and 2004, 2005. So that's pretty impressive. 2000, 2001, 2002, 2004, 2005. That's really impressive. 6 straight ALMS titles. American Le Mans Series back then, before it became the IMSA that we know today. The Bentley Speed 8, 2003 outright winner. It has a closed cockpit. It's the same 4.0 litre. Well, not the same, but a 4.0 litre turbo V8, approximately 600 horsepower. Quite a cool looking car, that's for sure. GT1, the Porsche 911 which I believe there is one in this race here. The 3.2 litre twin turbo flat six, roughly 600 horsepower, about 1,000 kilos. It could vary. McLaren F1 GTR, 6.1 litre, and that's why we were confused about the BMW logo earlier. It is indeed BMW V12 engine, so that kind of clears that part up a little bit. Because I came into it and I was going, that doesn't look right. Why is there a McLaren logo on my live document and a BMW, you know, on the car, right? But that is exactly the answer. Kind of hard to see in the cockpit right now, actually. Take a look at the bonnet view, but this livery is absolutely fantastic. The McLaren F1 here, GTR. So yeah, that's something I learned. GTS, minimum weight 1,100 kilos, so a little heavy compared to the regular GT1 class of years later. Naturally aspirated only, restrictor balance. As most GT cars usually are. The Corvette C5R, obviously, which is one of the goats of racing. Maybe I'm a little biased with that opinion. 610 horsepower, 6,200 RPM, 772 nanometer torque. One of the best of all time. The NGT class, production-based engines allowed up to 8.0 litre, but mostly 3.6 litre in that day. They also had the restrictor size, scale to displacement. They had and weight. They had, you know, they had. They have to keep the field, you know, balanced. Different kinds of cars like the Porsche 996 GT3R, which is in this race, 1999 to 2000s. GT3 RS, 2001 to 2003. And then, of course, you guys know afterwards the GT3 RSR, 2004 to 2005. Not in this race, but very popular, and very confusing, the naming structure, as they kept having more and more versions in the years onwards, even still to this day in GT3 classes. And of course the Ferrari 360, very cool car. Also, that, I don't know if it's just on my side, that windshield is very much covered in dirt there. I don't know if they're gonna mess around too easily unless they run the windshield wiper blades. That would be a good idea. But looks like we may have a purse for position, even though it's from the pit lane. The 823, I believe now, is going to be pursing the 037, as they have been in the pits for nearly 7 minutes at this point, and as they come across the start-finish line right now, along with the 307, it does appear they will, yes, get 16th overall. And what has happened to the 037? That is not good. The Ford GT there. Is there a reason? Is anyone in chat knowing of this? been no penalties, no anything of that sort. Hot Wheelers Germany, Lucas Krebs here in the car, remember. Is something going on for them? Nothing to do with warnings or a penalty. They haven't had one today, actually. I looked on the live timing. There has been no sorts. They've only had 20 of the warnings. So they haven't even had a penalty awarded to them as of right now. That was all they've had all race. And they've been in the pits now for nearly 8 minutes. And they've fallen behind the 823, behind the 404. The only one who's going to be catching up to that now is the 442. And that gap is falling now as he is on the... is he on the lead lap to it again? As he goes into the wall and gets Indianapolis totally wrong! And the 442 is off into the barrier. Another incident for them in the Saline. Be First Racing with a lovely logo, but not so lovely driving. And so this is really something here. Well, the gap says about 200 seconds. Oh, now it's all messed up. It said about 100 something seconds before. There we are. Yeah, now it's slowly returning to what I thought it'd be. Well, they're late in the lap here, so are they passing them this lap or next lap? I think it might be next lap because it says +1 lap. But and now the 037's back out on circuit. They're back out, or are they? Well, they were. Oh, I've lost my camera. Oh, there we go. That was weird. Yeah, they're back out on circuit. Driving again. Is there a new driver? Or did Lucas simply have to go maybe to the toilet and come back and had no one to replace him? Okay, that'd be a fairly unlikely situation. I mean, he has 3 other drivers on his team. But, no, well, I see someone hovering over it. No name change on the live document, so I imagine it is still the same driver. Well, he stays in front of the 442 then, and the 442 themselves having unfortunate issues in this race. Moving on with the 114, how are they not ahead of the GT1s? That's what's really surprising. Their lap times, their quickest lap time is quicker than both. Current stint times actually slower than the Apex quickest time. Wow, that's something. So he can't even catch up to the leader even if he wants to. He just doesn't seem here he has the racing ability. Well, riding on board with the Nürburgring Esports team right now. Maybe he can try and get some more good fortune now that the track has dried up. Quickest lap of the race, 3:23.165. Still 7/10 clear of Watty Racing. We can probably still find quicker though. Drive through taken for the 404. So trying to get to them. Here they are. What's happened with that? They cut the track too many times. Could be what it was. Let's see. Well, it says 11 of 16 on the long pits, 0 of 25 warnings. Yes, so that's probably what it was. Penalty again for cutting the track too many times. It's pretty much everyone, it says taken 1. But I imagine some teams by now would have gotten more than 1 penalty in the race. So, well, I imagine so anyway. Flux Tails says it looks like daytime here on the stream. We're still driving in the night, and I thought it was still the night too. But yeah, here on looks like this is Sasha's machine. It's already becoming morning time. It was a very short night time. That is also confusing me, Flux Tails. I can only pass it along to Pasha, who may or may not be listening right now. Or whoever is in charge of the stream here, but yeah, that is also something I've noticed. I'm not going to poke around myself. I don't have the authority to do so, but I imagine somewhere in CSP we probably change that back a bit, make it what it's supposed to be. Gap is 80 seconds still. 4:04 to 4:23. Actually, yeah, no, it is. I was going to say 7 laps. That's 7 laps. Nova. What's he racing? But one point that was the closest. Why does it keep doing that? That's very weird. Sorry folks, for some reason I click F1 to go into the cockpit view and then it spits me out onto the track. I don't know why it does that. Something we'll have to iron out the kinks of. Well, it's better for me that I can see the cars now at least. But normally by this point in a real life race, it would not be morning time yet. That'd be a few hours off still. Less than 11 to go. More than halfway through the race. Long runs here, saving the fuel. I imagine there's lots of fuel saved by some people in this field who think they'll have this in the bag otherwise. Try and secure it for them. I would like to have some driver interviews if possible. If anyone's willing, you can come up to the streamer pause room and we can get that sorted. There's lots of people obviously still in their respective voice rooms. But Fluxtail's the first one in the chat since I started back on commentary. Again. Probably will go probably for another hour and a half, I'd say. I don't know if I want to go all the way to midnight. You have to be up fairly early, but I'd say roughly about another hour and a half. Listening to the lovely sounds of the traffic. whoa, off, but not into the barrier, surviving is the 420. Oh, that was really close there. Really close. Into the Ford chicanes. Along with the leader just ahead, who did a 3:29.5 previous lap. That's 6 seconds below their quickest. I know some of you may have been disappointed about the turnouts of this race. We originally had 39 entries 3 weeks ago, but we had slowly been dropping and dropping, and then coming into today, it was around about 25. Maybe it was slightly more than that, but around about 25 entries. Which is rather unfortunate. Trying to count it up myself on the live document how many was confirmed. Oh, it was a little more. It was around about 29 or so total. But of course some DNFs. Or some DNS not even starting. It's been whittled down to 21 now. Folks still trucking along and enjoying here on AC Friends. Tomorrow morning I have to go and pick up my electric scooter. It's actually was ready the day of I dropped it in. It only took... Oh, that was close! Really close! Oh! Accident! A big accident behind! And who was that? It was... Oh my! Is that the Ford? And off into the Ford chicanes! The leader... Go ripping right through them and gaining control again. Whoa, that was a big accident at the end of the Porsche curves there. And that looked to me like one of the GTS's. Was it the 037? No, they're in their pit box now. Yeah, it might have been the 037 there, and they're coming out for a long stop. So, my oh my, bad to worse for them. Involved with the main leaders there. I saw them, you know, together. I thought they'd all pass fine, and then boom. Obviously an unfortunate spin out, but oh my goodness. around. Once again, the 028. Oh, got their bearings again. Guessing Tetraru's just a little bit wrong. And it was, yeah, it was just a little snap. Yep. Slightly loose. Going in the corner, the rear fell out, and around they went. Just not guessing the braking just right. So that GTS, by the way, is one of the hardest classes in the field to control, I've been told. So do give the drivers a bit of slack in that department. Still 4 laps. Not 4 laps, still 43 seconds back rather of high. And they were looking to take the lead at one point, and unfortunately dropped themselves back again. .74 looking to get by Valkyrie, and they do, the 2 leaders together in their respective classes right there. And the prototype. Motti Racing, the 2nd place car, looking to get through. And does, on the outside of the Porsche curves, had to let off a bit. And into the pits they come now. 3 laps back of the 533 IRT. And the 023 stop and go plus 10 seconds for speeding. So they've just came into the pits, and that is a confirmed speeding into the pits right as we're watching them for the 023. And that is unfortunate there. Yes, it does say Cat 1 taken late earlier. Speed 1 active. Oh my goodness. So they'll have to come back around, come back in. Sit in there. Well, not in their box, but sit in the pit lane area. Then when real penalty tells them to go, they go back out. Pit stop completed though. Now they just have to do the second part. And now they are indeed confirmed 4 laps behind the 533. Nice to see the Ferris wheel still going round. They really do go right to the edge there before the turn in. That's curbing there now, curbing and then grass. Back then it was a little more sketchy. Some modern stuff added on the Mulsanne backstretch since the early 2000s. You can clearly see the difference back then to what now the modern day would have been. If you've driven the track in a Assetto Corsa recently, the modern version that is. 423 Nova in the pit lane for 30 seconds here, and away they go as they make some tyre smoke. Out to the pit lane. Quick short stop here. Maybe for fuel, but not tyres. Oh, and not quite getting the Dunlop chicane corner right. Do love the whine of the turbo though, I must say. Working on turbos in a set of Corsa is not easy, you know. You have to edit the files associated with it. Go in the text file and say I want this RPM to be this amount of output. This and this one is this much. On LMP1s, you could actually manually output the turbo with a button. Not necessarily automatic, it could be manually deployed where you like. Leader into the pit lane, the 774. Here they come now. Hi Racing. With a lovely livery, I must say. All the drivers on the car there with their flags. I really do like that. In for a short stop. And let's see how long this might take. And that looks like the Valkyrie in as well. Yes, Valkyrie 082 in, the leader of NGT or GT2 class. They're going for a long stop, which allows the 199 to try and maybe gain a little bit of ground back, although a long way in that respect. You are 4 laps back. Was that 4 laps back to 442? I don't know. No, but if you laps back of the other car in the class, the leader in class, what do you do? They are indeed 4 laps back of Valkyrie. I have no idea. Absolutely no idea. Well, this one says +1 lap. And it shows on my screen the 199, which I am focused on. The 199 did 176 laps. 082, 180 laps. Now, if I'm doing my maths correctly, it sounds about right. I don't know why the timing tower says differently. It's a 307. Nowhere close. They've done 165 laps. 15 laps back of the leader in class. So 165 is the least amount of laps right now. Still running. 217 for the 533 is the most amount of laps completed. That's quite a disparity already. In the pit lane waiting for their long stop to finish, the 082. Bit of a lock up there and almost a spin, but saved. Ahead of them there. Lucky to keep it alive. And who is that? I look at my live timing here. Actually, I have to do a refresh for the map to work again. Into Mulsanne corner, so I'm on the 199. That was the 442 right there with that little moment. That looks about right. Okay, it's not showing a big gap, the 880 to the 541. Only 5 seconds. Is that true on the track map? It is, yeah. 5th and 6th overall. Okay. That's good. That's good to know. At least something could happen on the track. And long pits now for the 212, the leader in GT1. Still 2 laps up on the 033 car. And now into the pit lane, the 880. Very cool looking car, I must say. The 880 Panels LMP1 into their pit box, which by the way does not line up with what shows across there on the garages, I must say. So that allows the 541 to gain back a little bit of ground. Just lapped 3rd place actually, so they've or sorry, 3rd place is about to come around to lap P5 rather. Actually, it could have happened before. Let me see. Because 541, they've done 211. 3rd place has done 214. So yeah, that would have indeed happened before. About 50 seconds EMAG to Mello. Pretty much fully dry track now as the rain has subsided again. Rain's not coming back for a while, nearly 8 hours. Lots of good running for these cars before then. I did say in the Discord this race was expected to be a wild one, so weather-wise it certainly was. Head back to 3rd place again. Once again it has that weird camera glitch, I don't know why. There's 15 seconds on Watty Racing. And yeah, they're not even done the lap yet. I can confirm that. As they're coming down towards our nose now. Why does that not work? That's very weird. So some of these don't have a cockpit, I think. Cockpit view. That's good to know. It's something you guys will need to note down to fix. And then therefore the camera just does that in replacement. Okay, good to know. So 3rd to 2nd, they're on the same lap here. Well, actually, well, the 023 is now on lap 216. They just did 215 laps. And the 919, I'm going to say 215 when they cross the line, isn't it? Well, it will, but they're coming in the pit lane first. Here comes the Castrol car. Have they even crossed the line yet officially? They did, yeah, now it says 215 pit in. That may change to +1 lap soon. So they're having a change. The 212, stop and go plus 10 second taken. A rare penalty like that for the leaders. But they got so much on the 033, still it doesn't even matter. And you see the sun rising ahead of them to the northeast of the circuit. Things get brighter here in game. Still night time for some people in the server though, they said. or Fluxtail said, so whether we're a bit ahead on the time here on Sasha's PC, I'm not sure. Right, the 199 into the pit lane. Into their pit box they go. Is this a short stop? Very well looks like it. No, it is a long pit. They just took a while to get out. Okay. Leaves the Valkyrie and PA307 still going. All three of these squarely in their positions right now. How's the 823 doing? That's a cool view. Well, it kind of goes right through the car, but still. 40, 50-second gap to the 423. GoldenEye here. And the 014 EMAG now into the pit lane. Meaning the 420 should be able to come up on them and pass them. They will here, as they're not on the exact same strategy. No one really is at this point. Drive through for cutting. To the 533, the leader of the race. They'll have to come in, and is EMAG right in front of them? Where are they on the circuit? It still shows them in front. Gap 3 seconds, so they look very close to each other. Yeah, 11 and 10. Well, that's interesting. So it shows Mello in front, but EMAG behind it still says 10th place. So that's odd, but my timing tower has dashes, which made me think they weren't laps. Maybe they are laps. So now I need to go and check. Okay, the 014. 205 to 203. Oh yes, absolutely, they are laps. The 420. Okay. So never mind then. 2 laps just about, but unlapped themselves now just barely. So officially now that would be 1 lap down. With that unlapping right there from the pits. How long will they stay 1 lap instead of 2 laps down? We'll see. Go back to 15 and 14, they're somewhat together. Not on the same lap though. Well, actually, it says the 423 and the 404 are together on the same lap. on my live timing. They both say 191. So now I don't know what to believe. Is the timing tower that much off? Very well might be. Might have broken at some point. Okay, so this is for position then, the 423 and the 404. A reminder, if you want the live timing link to this race, I'll pop it in the chat right now. There it is. By the way, congratulations AC friends on 1,000 subscribers. Actually 1,100 now, since I last looked in May. Because they were just a few short in May of getting it. Now they've gotten it, so well done to them. Reaching that milestone. Rio 7's done 10 long pits. Possibly a driver change for the car there. Saying on my live document, Gunawan is still in the car, so maybe he's staying out. You can do a long pit and still stay in the car, technically. You don't have to do a driver change. That's why the live document wouldn't be updated to anyone else. I'm just enjoying the sounds. I don't need to say anything. It sounds good itself. And more cars in the pit lane now. The 823 is there right now. GoldenEye liveried car. And also the 114 Nürburgring Esports is in the car right now as well. Okay, there you go. Oh, watch out. Okay. Gets through nicely. Tetra Rouge, they have to wait. Be patient, and then they go. Very nice. Very well done by the prototypes there. Very good. They're racing each other up the Mulsanne towards the chicane. Right, closest on track then. 028 and the 774. Less than a second from each other. If I'm guessing this correct. Or is it guessing it wrong and it's a lap down, lap difference? I think it is. The 028 to 774, I believe it is. Lap difference, but we'll see on the timing tower if Watty Racing gets by for the lead in the class. That's increased a little. Hi is generally doing better lap times. Stint time, let's see, oh, they're about even. Quickest lap Watty Racing has on them, but stint lap time, only a few tenths between them. But it appears on this back stretch it's opened up to a couple of seconds. I don't think you'd actually sit with the camera this low if you were driving in the car. If you were, whoever's driving right now of the 028, which I can look up for you. That's apparently Michael Kraus right now. If you or Mikkel rather, Mikkel Kraus. If you were Mikkel, you would probably have that camera quite a bit higher, I imagine. That just sounds sensible. So I can't see anything above that wheel in that default view. Try an F6 for you. Might look a little cooler. There you go. At least they're hitting the Dunlop corner correctly. Some of this race absolutely have not. Watty Racing, always at the top of the leaderboard, no matter the race. They always have experienced drivers with them. I want to pull up any folks willing to get a driver interview. Maybe I should post it in the Discord. Oh, I don't have permission. Send messages in the general chat. Text channel. Why not? Chat new member? Oh, I have to post it in chat new member. Why? Do I not have permission posting that? I am a member. Have a role member and commentator. But I can't post in the regular chats as a result. Very odd. Okay. Now there is stream chats, but that not everyone can view that room. Alright, so I guess I could put in chat new member. Oh, does not sound good. Was that? Were they off a little? I was just typing the Discord. I only have a single monitor. I might have missed if something happened there. Maybe it just sounds more dramatic than it was. Yeah, they barely hit the grass, so yeah, and locked up. That's all it was. Okay, wasn't a big deal. I thought it was way worse. Still trying to catch up to the 774. What else is going on here? 404. It's a much larger gap. Oh, that's one of the ones without. I think that might be the only one without a cockpit view. This is a cool view. I like that. Oh, big lock up in Mulsanne corner. The Lamborghini, is that the Lamborghini ahead? Yes, it is. Then they get by 919. Don't want to mess the tyres up that much. Alright, back to Tetra Rouge, back to the Mulsanne. Yeah, they're still struggling. Gain back time. It looks like the 028 is quicker. They were on the previous lap 4/10 quicker. Just about. Maybe they'll be able to do something then soon. Lap by lap, chip away. This is the only real battle on track for anything at the moment. So worth watching though, if you like GTS. 404 Corvette, 11 long stops done for them. Wow. 12. Wow, for Nova Sim Racing in the same class. Hi has 10. And Watty Racing has 9 at the current moment. In the Mulsanne corner, you'd like to try and get a bit of advantage there. .4 seconds. Can they do into Indianapolis coming up? All the way to the left. Flick it in, get on the brakes. There you go, yeah, oh, they're definitely gaining some time back. Perf a second up on the Delta if you look in the bottom right hand corner of your screen. By the end of this lap, it looks like going to be a quick one for the Watty Racing. A 3:45.976. High a 3:46.296. So 3/10 quicker on that one. Oh, and off they go! And just as we had a fantastic lap from them, off into the sand they go. The only thing separating them from the barrier. And Michael Kraus must be kicking himself over that, as the gap is now back to 10 seconds. Oh, you hate to see it. Absolutely hate to see it. All that good work over several laps undone on one incident. That's what Le Mans is, ladies and gentlemen. It's literally just that. It is just that. Oh my goodness, how has that just happened? As talking about them all positively, like this is really interesting. They're about to go for a pass. Boom. Completely undone by Dunlop corner. By the way, to all the 12 people still watching this, you're the real ones. The absolute real ones through the overnight hours. We appreciate you. Alright, Mello's done a long pit, 420. 10 of 16 now. As we come up to 10 hours to go in the 24 hours of Le Mans Classic, presented by AC Friends. It's on the autocam, maybe they can see more things than I can. The only thing is they do a bit more helicopter view than I enjoy. There's the leader, 3 laps ahead still of the 023. Chugging along. Gonna see the lap difference of the line. It's gonna be pretty massive how much they fell back. They were right on them before. Whoa, sliding through the Porsche curves. You could really see it on the 774 there. Gap. Yeah, easily. 10 seconds there for Watty Racing, which is just rather unfortunate for them. Hard to see on this webpage, but yeah, last lap. The 028 says 3:53.978. 774 did a 3:46.071. Okay, so not quite 10 seconds. Not quite. Yeah, the 13's actually gaining back on them again, so maybe the 12 had a small incident as well. Small moment. So it's actually happening right now, as we're looking at it. Here it is. side by side into the chicane, and there they go. The 028 still slightly behind them. There's a prototype in the mix as well. The 028 had them, and then the 774 took it right back into the corner on the inside line. Now there's a prototype between them two. Will they be in the way up at Mulsanne corner? No, they'll get in front. No, they won't get in front here at the second chicane. And now they're struggling to get by. Who is that? Now they get by. Wow. Real struggle there. Was that the 8? No, it wasn't the 880. It was someone, but the gap says 4 seconds. Is it 4 seconds? I don't know. But they were really quite close there, and now they've dropped off a little bit. Surprising comeback on the very next lap, considering they had a spin right before for the 028. Into Indianapolis again. Surely I can get a better view of the Koenigsegg than that. There we go. Entarnage. Okay, both drivers handle that effectively. And then it's the run down to the Porsche curves. Let's see how the cornering is for this Koenigsegg. I didn't quite enter that corner very quickly, that's for sure. Must be losing out time there, surely. Oh gosh, nearly onto the grass. Yeah, we'll lose a couple of tenths off that. Surprisingly even, both of them. Maybe a slight drop back, yeah. And ahead, is that okay, it's a 351 versus a 346. Did I get that right? Yes, for the 774. A 5-second difference. And so that's what's made, essentially in the end, or after the end of the next lap, that difference there. So again, they're still 5 seconds behind, or 4 seconds behind, because the spin the 28 had. Then moments of their own for the 774, it cut that in half. But in the end of the lap, they kept their position. 3:51 lap time, despite being much slower. They still have the 12th overall position there and first in class. Again, the gap here is showing that on screen 5 seconds. On my other timing, it says 774 205 laps, 028 204, which if that were true, then it would be a whole lap's difference. I'm trying to figure out which one is which. Whether the timing tower is lying to me or not. Oh, the chat really is dead tonight. Wow. Ah, there's someone. Dampso, welcome on in. The 919 P3 is ghosted. The 919 team talking about. There you go, a cheering squad for the Castrol car there. Fantastic. Welcome on in, Stampso. Still chugging along there in third place. And I can't ride along on board with them, but they do have a cool view here. Just close enough. By the way, now it shows the 13 and the 14, the massive difference. Ah, 15 and 16, 404, 823 with a small gap. Oh, okay. That's interesting. It shows P15 ahead of P14. Yes, that is indeed plus 1 lap. Okay, what was 13 to 14 again? Is that also a lap? Well, now it shows them on the same lap, 198 laps completed. Okay, no, so that is indeed for the lead lap then. Where's 13th then? Right up here. Okay, so no, yeah, that is indeed for the lead lap. Okay. Now my timing shows it correctly. So it's interesting, 16 running with 15. 15's trying to catch the 14. Even though one of them is on a different lap. Oh, watch out in Indianapolis. That was real quick, but got by. Well done to them. Hyperdrive. Managing that poor little Corvette well. Every car looks beat up in this race. All the damage they've sustained. Six hours, 39 minutes until light drizzle comes back again. Less than 10 hours to go in the race now. Let's get you an in-race update. The IRT 533 in the lead. 4 laps ahead of the Watty Racing 023 in second. And third is the 919. Going around traffic right now. And guessing it's down into Indianapolis. That is your top 3 in P900 class, LMP 900 class. GT1, it's Apex in the lead there, still ahead of the 114 NES there, surprisingly. Second place and 9th overall is the 033 car of Vittori nella Leggenda. And 014 EMAG Racing in third place. I don't know what that visual effect is over there. And the mag spins again. That's another EMAG Racing spin. On the main straight this time. That 014 car is in third. In the Nissan R390. Tricky car to get right. First in GTS is the 774 Hi Racing, and well done to them as they take to the pits, and now they're stint complete. What a race it's been for them. Second place, Watty Racing. They're staying out. Is this it? Where they go to the lead of the class now. After so much battling out on track. It appears, as they pass them, no, that's not the case. They are indeed one lap down to them. So now they're on the same lap, 206 laps complete, or on 206 laps, high 207 laps complete. So they're on the lead lap again to the 774 as that pit stop is going on. It's a short stop though, not a long stop. So they will be headed out soon. They can have a nice long pit if they like. Third is the 404 Hyperdrive Corvette. Bottom step to the podium in that class right now. Let's see what they can do. 4 laps down on the 028. And first in NGT class is the 082 Valkyrie E-Racing team. Very cool car. Green and white. The 199 is second place. 2 laps behind that. And the PEA 307 Coca-Cola car is in third. Basically by just staying in the race at this point. So that is your top 3 in every class with less than 10 hours to go. The 24 hours of Le Mans presented by AC Friends. Once again, your commentator Mark Rio joining you today as the sun is coming up here at the Circuit de la Sarthe in the Pays de la Loire region in France. Apex is still dominating on the rest of their class. Somehow the 114 still hasn't caught up to them. I think it might happen soon though. Believe it or not, it might happen soon. They're only about a lap behind now. They used to be more than that. Surprisingly. Their quickest lap time is almost 4 seconds quicker. But stint times, I mean, they've been quicker recently. But at one point they were surprisingly similar. Been lots of incidents for this Nürburgring esports team. So that battle has kind of ended between the 028 and the 774. Squarely back on the lead lap with each other now though. Yeah, not that much of a gap in the circuit. The 13's passing the line now. The 12 is entering the Porsche curve, so it is a long way around the lap. What E-Racing would have to do to take back, or just indeed take that lead. Not take back, indeed take that lead on the pole position 774. But with lots of hours to go, it's not impossible. No one ever typed in chat to the driver interview. I mean, by this point, I'm ending off in about 40 minutes anyway, so I'm not really having enough time for that now, as much as I would like to. And you know what? Did the 13 just pit? Because now Hi Hi is ahead of them again. I believe they did. Last lap 3:53. There's an asterisk there. I think they might have came in. Unless they had an incident. Never mind, battle back on. It does say outlap. Yes. Battle back on then. Well, not battle back on. They're lapped again. But they can at least be together on the circuit. A mere 10-second gap. To me, is it very foggy right now? Very foggy in the early morning. Kind of a misty kind of track. No, it's not just me. I can see that in the distance. Very foggy. Right, let's turn the autocam back on. Let's see what else is going on around the circuit. Small gap here on the 023 and the 919. Are they on the same lap? No, they're not. 2 laps difference between them. And around is the 923. Oh, and back they get going again. You think you got it under control, and then you just spin it enough to go halfway round at the end of the chicane. Gaggle of cars here. And the 114 going round Dunlop curve. All alone and probably sad. Not the best view, the helicopter view, that's for sure. There we go, something a little better now. Sorry that I've run out of things to say. There isn't too much happening on the track, admittedly. I think everyone's just having lots of fun now. I'm trying to find how many cars on the lead lap together. The 541 and the 880 are on the same laps together. But there is a massive gap between them. That being said, the 212 and the 114, they're separate classes, but they are on the same lap. And actually, the 033 behind that is as well. So that's actually slightly important then. What's the gap with them? Probably quite large, isn't it? Yeah. 6th is up here, yeah. Big gap for the GT1 class, even though the 2 leaders are on the same lap. 201 laps. We have the 404 and the 423 on the same lap, but big gap. And that's it. There's not many that are on the same laps of each other in this race. moment for the Aussie racing car there, but they get out of the corner. Little wiggle. Must say, I really like the Valkyrie livery. So Coca-Cola livery, probably the best one. Second best livery in the field. If I had to choose, maybe it's the Macintosh car. I love Hyperdrive as always. Those are definitely some of the best, that's for sure. Honourable mention the 923 as well. But I think the 541's got to be one of the top. Same with the 404, they're very similar how they are. And love the Coca-Cola 307 despite being last place. So some fantastic liveries here in this race, I must say. EMAG into the pit lane, and it won't let me focus on them because I've auto cam on. Into the pit lane, there they are. Short stop for them. And the 420 onto the main straight and Dunlop curve. Getting by the Valkyrie. 199 into the pit lane as well. And there's a lovely look at their livery, Fujifilm. Toucan in purple on the front, on the windscreen. Canadian driver, Galaxy. I don't remember him from the Nürburgring race though. This different Canadian driver than say Zakaria Sharif, who we all know and love. And away they go, ahead of the others there sitting in the pits. But the fog is really messing things up here, isn't it? Even though it's still a dry track. Very low visibility, very hard to see what's going on. Oh, watch out. Very close to the SSR there. Am I allowed to say that as an abbreviation? 880. Sweet spot racing, yeah, I think that is fair. EMAG's done 10 long pits now. Back out, still in third. 1-4 to the 420. By the way, the number panels this time, the number on the car does not correlate to the class this time, whereas it has in previous races. The 014 in GT1 separate from, say, the 028, which is in GTS. Just keep that in mind. But yeah, the 014, 420, they're two separate laps. Yeah, 2 laps apart. Looks really strange on CSP. ahead of the driver. Or if my energy level's gone down, it is 11:25 at night for me. So while Europe might be waking up, I'm going to be going to bed soon, so keep that in mind. We'll be on for a little bit more. Not much. 3:37 for that mellow. They have plenty of lap time still to get out of it. Oh, and almost a big mistake for the 880. That was a collision into the barrier waiting to happen. Keeps going though. Third place looking to lap them behind. Right, last place 307 into the pits. They're doing very slow lap times, almost 4:30 30. In they come. Nothing to lose at this rate. I believe the leader just lapped second place actually, not long ago. 1, 2, 3 and 4, they're all in the same area of the track, interestingly. And we got 6th here, GT1, the leader, Apex. Having an interesting draft down the main straightaway there. I'd tell you who it was, but I can't see it because it's so foggy. So it's pretty funny. That was 3rd place, the 923 there. Who's gotten ahead? Aussie Racing coming in right behind. So they should be coming up on them soon. Is Watt quicker right now? They are, yeah, quicker than P1. Can they undo what they've lost? Here they come into the second chicane. Watch out for visibility, watch out for cars ahead. They are far enough ahead. They can keep it all the way into Mulsanne corner. They're up on their Delta, interestingly. Coming into it almost by a 10th. And very good Mulsanne corner, makes it 2/10 up on the time as we're now in sector 2. And here they come. Car in front here. And they get by relatively nicely as they come into Indianapolis. Harder on the brakes, more downforce. Yes, they are going to carry that through easily. But then it's getting back to the leader here. A little inside view. Oh, there you go. Oh, lovely Italian racing helmet. Right, let's see as they go through Porsche curves. Who is that right ahead? Ah, might be third place, yes. 9:23. And there you go, catch them on the main straight here, draft off them. They will get by virtue of the blue flag into Dunlop corner. Dunlop chicane, I guess. Another lap puts on them third place. And indeed, second place looking to unlap themselves. How are they doing on that? Well, they're trying. Right behind. Third place was sensible to let them through. Fourth place, the 880 now in the pit lane as they go for a stop. Comfortably sandwiched in between third and fifth. Oh, mistake by the leader and a mistake by the Valkyrie. 082, and never mind the Valkyrie, that's their own thing. But now Watty Racing right on the tail end of the first place 533. Here they go. A good view of this. Oh, nice. Even on the outside, yes, they will easily get around going into the corner, and that should unlap them. And Watty Racing will be happy about that. Baby steps to put them indeed back to one lap behind rather than 2 laps behind, or is it 2 laps rather than 3? It might actually be that. Yeah, 2 rather than 3. That is, yes. Sorry. 2:35, lap 2:35, 2:33. Again, baby steps. They are certainly the quicker car at the moment. A 6-second difference in the lap time the previous lap. They had a purple mini sector there, by the way. I think that was drafting going into the chicane, so that's impressive. This point in the race. And there must be someone out on a long stop right now, because I'm only seeing 19 cars showing. Surely there is more? Or did we lose another one? Team Noodle DNF, by the way. I don't know when that was. The 909. They only did 6 long stops, so they DNF'd shortly before I came on, I think, or a little bit before I came on. Stephen Pope was in the car. That's unfortunate for Team Noodle. Also DNF for Pay de Chumbo, PGT. The 899 in the P900 class. Just so you know, it's 2 DNFs there. We know Bulls Racing DNF'd early in the race. DNS for Connexus, the 500. And GTS, we have a DNF earlier on for the 037, Hot Wheelers Germany, the 4 GTS. Lucas Krebs there. Oh, so they did eventually just DNF in the end, rather than stay out. Because we were on the air when they were still on and still going, and they have officially DNF'd now. It's known. And did not start was the 730 T7 Quida Racing, the Maserati that was supposed to run. DNS for the Moritz Racing Esports team, 111 Honda NSX. That GT2 didn't run. Team Noodle 486. So a different Team Noodle car. There's two of them. There was the LMP car that DNF'd, and the Team Noodle GT team, Ferrari 360 GTC, that also DNF'd after 5 long stops, so a little earlier in the race as well. Mickey Arquina was in the car at the time, and a DNF for Phoenix Motorsport 208 as well, the Gillette Vertigo GT2 DNF. So that was after 6 long stops, so a similar time period to the Ferrari. Noah Chabula was in the car at the time, or is it Sabula? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 cars either DNF or DNS, according to the live document. So we are indeed now down to 19 cars left in the race. An unfortunate weekend for us here at AC Friends. It does pan out that way sometimes. It is unfortunate. What can you really do, right? Let's take a look at 3rd place here. I saw the, I think it was the Corvette catching up to them. No, it wasn't, sorry, it's not the Corvette, it's the Hi 774, Mosler MT900 catching them, that is. Well, they were passed actually. They were just going slow, the 923. Second place doing a 324. First place did a 326, 359 previously. So what's he racing? Again, slowly but surely they should chip away. Try and chip away at that 2 laps down. Maybe we'll make for an interesting finish if Watty Racing can do well on the dries here. Right, few more minutes to go left for me for the commentary, and we'll leave you with the sights and sounds of the track for the remainder of the 9 hours, 9 and a bit hours. We hope everyone's enjoyed the coverage so far. Only a couple of people in the chat since I started commentating, but it's genuinely the overnight period. Drive through taken for the 114. Setback again on there. Attempts to get through the GT1 field. It's the only car that's kind of out of position from all the other classes here. Like all the GTSs are together, NGTs together. GT1 is split apart from this 114. That's the only thing. Overhead shot down the Mulsanne. the 923. Seemingly running on their own. There isn't much in terms of traffic at the moment. Everyone's kind of running their own thing at current. Mello into the pits. Fourth and last of the current runners. Have nothing to lose. Current moment. And the Coca-Cola car being hunted down. Get past relatively shortly. What's going on the bit just past Mulsanne corner there? 8th and 9th. Oh, apparently that wasn't interesting enough for Autocam to look at. We're kind of leaving Autocam to most of the discretion here, as it seems to know what's best to show. For me, I've kind of given up. But as the commentary stint comes to a close here, in the next couple minutes, I'd like to say thank you so very much for watching. Again, it's still continuing. There may be a short part 3 for the end of the stream. So this part 2 won't take us to the end, but part 3 will. Don't think there's any commentary for the finish as far as I'm aware, or really any other parts of the race. I was the only commentator to do these 2 stints today. But we hope you enjoyed it. I'll be back probably for another event again at some point soon. Hopefully with more people in the fields. What's the next big attraction AC Friends is going to have? I'm not sure. Obviously, I'm sure they'll try for 24 hours of Daytona again in January. If I had to give a suggestion, perhaps maybe they could do a Petite Le Mans or something at Road Atlanta. I'd very much enjoy commentating something like that. That's for sure. If anyone is listening to that. People don't really listen to my ideas very much, but if they were, I would love that anyway, personally. Thank you so much, everyone, for joining. Enjoy the sights and sounds of the streams. Good luck to all the racers, all the drivers, the teams. Some of which have personnel with them, actually. Team administrators and such. So, yeah, best of luck, and see how many people finish the race as well. Hopefully not too many more DNFs. And maybe even a fight to a finish somewhere. We'll see. But as we stand, it's the 533 in the lead, Watty Racing 023 in second, 923 in third, the 212 first in GT1, the 033 second in GT1, and the 014 EMAG Racing in third. GTS has the 774 Hi Racing in first, Watty Racing, as you see on screen there, the 028 in second, and the Hyperdrive 404 in third place at the current moment. And for GT, otherwise known as GT2, post 2005, the 082 Valkyrie E-Racing in the lead by quite a bit. 199 Oi Oi Team second. I like to call them that anyway, even if they don't pronounce it that way. And the PEA 307 in third. The only last 3 runners in NGT class. So that's how you have it. All the others either DNF or DNS, rather. They didn't start the race in the first place, so 29 entries, whittled down to 19. See where we finish. Thank you again so much, Sasha and Andy Romanovsky, and so much more, who I'm probably forgetting, who make this all happen. So 11:45 my time, 9 hours, 19 minutes to go here at the Circuit de la Sarthe. You're watching the AC Friends 24 Hours of Le Mans Classic, 2005 edition. Thank you so very much. I'm your host, Mercurio. You've been watching AC Friends' special presentation. Enjoy the rest of the evening. Mercurio signing off.